And here it is. Here it is. It is here. Roll up, ladies and gentlemen. One man went to mow. It is here. I am here. Hope you are. And if you are, then surrender yourself to the session. You know how it goes on. You know, once you're logged on, you find it difficult to stay off for the duration. So just come in, click on the like button, which is what we're pushing at the moment, and then surrender yourself to the session for however long it lasts. Guaranteed to be interesting. You've been here before, you know how it goes. So just come in, relax, take it easy, charge up your glasses with whatever your picadillos are, wine, whiskey, beverages, warm chocolate. I recommend warm chocolate because I don't want to be encouraging anybody to be drinking. But whatever your picadillos are, just charge yourself up with it, relax, click on the like button, and then take it easy for the rest of the session. If you want to participate on screen, just click on the hyperlink. That is what others did. That is how they appear on the screen. So if you want to appear on the screens, and if you want your thoughts heard and discussed by others, then just click on the hyperlink. Otherwise, just chill out, take it easy, and surrender yourself into the warm hands of that or you are laughing man. One man went to mow, the eagle has landed.
Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwana no. Hey, ana mekele mazuche mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Nandekano is another Savior. Gonna sing along, holy, 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 Nandekano is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Right. Getting on faster now. Holy, 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 holy. Is another Savior. Holy, holy, getting moving right. Holy, faster. Never freedom. Is another Savior. Yeah, for freedom. Holy, 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 holy. Nandekano is another Savior.
And there you heard it. Holy, 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 holy. Nnamdi Kanu is another savior. So there it is. Holy, holy. Holy, holy, as guys, I bring you this. Under Buhari, even lawmakers are stealing billions. So who is saying this? It's the ICPC saying this. So a government agency tasked with the task of looking at corruption is the one saying this, that it is essentially a free-for-all under the Buhari administration. This guy now came in as an anti-corruption crusader, but agencies within his own government alarming that unheard of corruption, looting, just taking place in governance. Under Buhari, even lawmakers are stealing billions, a headline attributed to the ICPC. So quite why they are saying that shortly we'll find out. So this we find out shortly as well. Second Niger bridge named after Buhari, not Jonathan. Bashir Ahmed are saying this, that loudmouth little boy that sits in the digital office at the presidency. So there it is right there in perpetuity now. Buhari to continue to loom large over Igbo land. Second Niger bridge named after Buhari, not Jonathan, even though it is a Goodluck Jonathan project. He funded that. A headline attributed to a presidential spokesperson. So quite why and what for? We find all of that in. We find out about all of that in details shortly. Don't interfere with Nigerian politics. Buhari wants diplomats. So we've heard this warning before. El Rufai issuing the warning then in 2019 and telling them that if they breathe the air in Nigeria too heavily during the elections in 2019, they will leave the country in body bags. So to that tonality, Buhari again, don't interfere with Nigerian politics. Buhari wants diplomats. So quite what that means shortly we'll find out. This now, a curiosity. This comes off the back of a narration that one of the panelists came to tell us here about the DSS in the airport now, picking out people critical of the Buhari administration. SSS detains Nigerian journalist Lanre Arogundade at Lagos Airport. So here it is right there, just the draconian brutality of a police state. This is what is played out Nigerian style, freedom of speech, Buhari style. So that is it right there. And 2 days we go finally. This is a story that is just off the moment in Nigeria. Importers of off-spec petroleum must be punished. So adulterated petroleum being imported into Nigeria and sold to the public, and the Buhari administration now seeking to take a position on that. So that in contention too. So plenty to go through. So kick back, sit back, take it easy, relax, and I will spend however long the session lasts. But before we go anywhere, we're coming via the west now to Yoruba land and to Herbert Ogunde.
Àgbà kì í ṣòro bí ewé.
So there it is, just a little teaser from Herbert Ogunde. So that little teaser from Herbert Ogunde, as guys, I bring you this. Under Buhari, lawmakers are stealing billions, a headline attributed to the ICPC. Another government agency has discovered that federal lawmakers have diverted and stolen at least 260 billion naira via bogus contracts, besides the 4.14 billion naira. Sorry, that's naira, not dollar. So let me start that all over again. Another government agency has discovered that federal lawmakers have diverted and stolen at least 260 billion naira via bogus contracts, besides 4.14 billion naira the Auditor General says is missing in the National Assembly. President Muhammad Buhari lamented in 2019 that about 1 trillion naira was appropriated in 10 years for the constituency projects of lawmakers without impact. He proposed 13.08 trillion naira as 2021 budget, but lawmakers raised it to 13.6 trillion naira, an increase of 520 billion naira to accommodate their constituency projects. The Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, says it has discovered, however, that lawmakers spend less than half the 550 billion naira on such projects and contrived to pocket the balance of at least 260 billion naira. Lawmakers reduced provision for 10,733 projects in the 2022 budget and introduced 6,576 new ones worth 36.5 billion naira as their constituency projects in service-wide vote. Socio-economic Rights and Accountability Project (SERAP) in January 2022 sued to court Senate President Ahmed Lawan and House Speaker Femi Gbajabiamila for failing to probe the 4.14 billion naira theft in the National Assembly. The 4.14 billion naira is different from 4.4 billion federal auditor discovered missing, misappropriated, or stolen in the National Assembly's audited reports of 2015, 2017, and 2018. That totals 8.54 billion naira officially discovered missing, misappropriated, or stolen in the National Assembly in the 4 years between 2015 and 2018. The sum would be far higher if all stolen funds are discovered and added. And indeed, the ICPC has just announced discovery of how lawmakers have used medical outreach to divert and steal at least 260 billion naira public funds, meaning that a grand total of 558.5 billion naira has been diverted and stolen by lawmakers, and that is based only on what is in the public. Excuse me. Pardon me. Pardon me. Meanwhile, a grand total of 558.4 billion naira has been diverted and stolen by lawmakers, and that is based only on what is in the public domain. Apart from findings by the ICPC, the reports of the Auditor General states, amongst others, that, so this is bullet points now, 106.66 billion naira is missing, misappropriated, and unaccounted for across 149 ministries, departments, and agencies. 15 MDAs failed to remit 127.13 billion naira to the treasury. The Nigerian Ports Authority failed to recover and remit 40 billion naira or 40 billion naira, 921 million dollars, and 200. So that would be 921 921,636 dollars and 289,000 pounds to the Treasury. Federal Accountant General Ahmed Idris withdrew 1.69 trillion from the consolidated revenue fund without approval. So that is well in excess of $1 billion. That is well in excess of $1.5 billion that this man withdrew without approval. 3.1 billion naira is missing in the finance ministry headed by Zainab Ahmed, who is Buhari's tax czar, impoverishing Nigerians. So there it is right there. Buhari's tactics is to keep mute over the scandals that break under his nose and throw in distractions for his false prophets to sing his praise. Yet the cesspit his super intense festers and stings right in Aso Rock and is felt all over the world. He got elected in 2015 because he promised to fight corruption, but he gives cover to his corrupt officials, including ministers who act independently of collective government and lawmakers who copy the president in being unaccountable. Buhari even relishes breaking the law by refusing to obey court judgment, eliciting a threat by Sirap to sue him for contempt of court and keep his feet to the fire to prevent him from trampling the constitution and citizens. ICPC chairman Bolaji Owosan-Noye announced in December last year that the commission discovered 257 duplicated projects worth 20 billion naira in the 2021 federal budget. Money from such padding is stolen by public officials. In the latest revelation, the ICPC said lawmakers named their constituency projects as medical outreach, knowing that it is difficult to track such spending because of the fluid nature and the confidentiality of medical records, as reported by correspondents. The ICPC made the disclosure in its constituency and executive project tracking initiative. Uh, in it, the ICPC said the third phase of its project tracking monitored projects worth over 114 billion naira between 2019 and 2020. Lawmakers padded the 2021 budget with over 500 million naira and also inserted over 1,000 controversial projects. The ICPC report said lawmakers spent less than 50% of the funds they allocated for their so called medical outreach projects, which are a cesspool of corruption. Oftentimes, projects were not executed, but pictures from previous programs were inserted in project files and passed off as new. Lawmakers often domicile their medical outreach projects in institutions located in cities different from where the projects were meant to be executed, evidently because of pressure occasioned by the CEPTI tracking exercise. Some legislators have recharacterized most of their projects to what they termed medical outreach. This is a brand of soft project involving the provision of various healthcare interventions, ranging from creating awareness on diseases and providing basic drugs to routine basic surgical interventions, which have certainly taken the lead in project portfolios without many measurable benefits. It is difficult to track because it is soft and fluid nature. It is difficult to track because of its soft and fluid nature and the traditional confidentiality of medical records. Analysis show a sudden uptick in the number of such projects, particularly being sponsored by members of the lower chamber. Investigations have discovered that hardly do 50% of the funds released for such projects get expended in the execution of the projects. Contractors for medical projects were carefully chosen and contracts awarded without due process. Over 20 projects were domiciled in the National Tuberculosis and Leprosy Center, Zaria. Only 309 million naira was disbursed to contractors for 16 out of the 20 projects, valued at over 1.2 billion naira. In some other cases, contractors were paid entire contract sums without the required bill of quantity. Cash was paid to NTLC chief executive Labaran Shehu, who passed it to lawmakers. Investigation found that contractors were deliberately and carefully chosen and contracts awarded to them without any dint of compliance with due process and asked to reroute the monies in cash to the CEO, Dr. Labaran Shehu, who in turn will pass the monies to the sponsors. In some of these cases, the contractors were paid the entire sum without a BOQ produced. The contracts were never intended to be executed in the first place. The CEO would sometimes inform the contractors that the contracts had been executed on their behalf. The contract value of 16 projects is 1.2 billion naira, whilst the amount already disbursed to contractors amounts to 309 million naira. The said CEO and all found culpable have been cited for prosecution as appropriate. A new method of corruption being perpetrated in SMEDAN, Small and Medium Scale Enterprise Development Agency of Nigeria, has been discovered. On all projects for the disbursement of grants, SMEDAN pays the funds through some selected microfinance banks, ostensibly to disburse the funds to the beneficiaries and keep proper records. The microfinance banks take 2.5% of whatever contract sum is as disbursement managers, but investigations reveal that this practice is merely a conduit for corruption, as the so-called managers neither disburse nor manage anything, but take 2.5% of doing nothing. A microfinance bank in Katsina was selected as the manager for the disbursement of funds in Bayelsa or Nasarawa. Over 58 of such projects worth billions of naira were discovered in the SMEDAN's 2020 budget alone. ICPC spokesman Azuka Ogogua said the commission is enforcing the implementation project and our operatives are ensuring that the projects are executed to the letter. So there you have it, the convoluted ways that they used to steal money. The one thing that Nigeria is perfect at is crime. As we've said it before, every Nigerian is a criminal. So now that they are really tightening up the noose around the monies in Nigeria, now they are first they pad up the budget. The budget comes in at X amount, and they add another 500 billion, which is an illegality in itself, describing that as constituency projects. So, quite what that means, I don't know. The constituency projects should be managed by the state governors. So, if a senator is able to get the money, he gives it to the state governor. It shouldn't be going to them, is the first thing. But then they're now saying these constituency projects are soft, unquantifiable projects, interventions like awareness on diseases and all these sort of medical interventions, which you cannot really interrogate fully because they're so fluid and lucid and they're so not quantifiable just in terms of being tangible. So this is what they are doing now. So they've perfected yet another way around the corruption loophole that the state thought it had blocked. Second Niger bridge named after Buhari, not Jonathan, Bashir Ahmed. Presidential aide Bashir Ahmed has said the second Niger bridge is named after President Mohamed Buhari and not his predecessor, Goodluck Jonathan. Ahmed shared a video of the 1.6-kilometer bridge on social media, describing it as a major connection point between two economically vital regions in the country. He tweeted, "Ladies and gentlemen, the Mohammed Buhari Bridge, MMB, a 1.6-kilometer bridge that will be a major connection point between two economically vital regions in Nigeria." However, one Twitter user, Arizona, objected, saying The name is Second Niger Bridge. Any other name doesn't stand a chance. Another commentator, it is not Mohammed Buhari Bridge, and it can never be. It wasn't Buhari who initiated the project, nor did he use his salary to construct the bridge. That is Second Niger Bridge or Southern Link Bridge. In response, Ahmed tweeted, so can we call it Goodluck Jonathan Bridge for sketching the bridge? The bridge is to be called Mohammed Buhari Bridge. Read the name again and let it sink in your head. I did tell you that this guy is ill mannered. The second Niger Bridge is being constructed to ease the burden on the Niger Bridge, which links Onitsha and Asaba. The groundbreaking ceremony for the bridge was performed in 2014 by former President Goodluck Jonathan. So, Mohammed Buhari Bridge, there you have it in Igbo land. Don't interfere with Nigerian politics, Buhari warns diplomats. President Mohammed Buhari on Thursday, February the 10th, warned diplomats against President Mohammed Buhari on Thursday, February the 10th, warned diplomats against interfering with Nigerian politics. Speaking during the presentation of letters of credence to ambassadors of Czech Republic, Italy, Spain, and Israel, Buhari asked them to ensure that their activities remain within the limits of their profession as they monitor the build up to and the conduct of general elections next year. In a statement titled Observe but Don't Interfere in Internal Politics, President Buhari tells diplomats ahead of the 2023 election, which was released by the special advisor to the president on media and publicity, Femi Adesina. Buhari was quoted as saying, pardon me, let me just come off the screen for a moment, just to blow my nose. Just give me a moment.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Àgbà kì í ṣòro bí ewé.
Okay, so that was that. So let's take that again. Yes, President Mohammed Buhari President Mohammed Buhari on Thursday, February the 10th, warned diplomats against interfering with Nigerian politics. Speaking during the Speaking during the presentation of letters of credence to ambassadors of Czech Republic, Italy, Spain, and Israel, Buhari asked them to ensure that their activities remain within the limits of their profession as they monitor the build up to and conduct of the general elections next year. In the statement titled Observe but Don't Interfere in Internal Politics, President Buhari told diplomats ahead of the 2023 elections, which was released by Special Advisor to the President on Media and Publicity Femi Adesina. Buhari was quoted as saying, you are assuming your diplomatic responsibilities in Nigeria at a very interesting political period as Nigeria's national elections are due in early 2023. As you settle down in the face of these developments, it is my hope that you will also be guided by diplomatic practice to ensure that your activities remain within the limits of your profession as you monitor the build up to and conduct of the general elections next year. The Nigerian leader also called for the support of the envoys in tackling rising global insecurity and strengthening communities. Buhari said, we are living in unprecedented times and with so many uncertainties, especially with the outbreak of C-19 pandemic, the rise in global insecurity and the devastation of our environment caused by climate change, amongst other existential threats to our collective peace, progress, and shared values. Different factors that accounted for these challenges go beyond the ability of any single country to effectively contain alone. Matters of security have become the business of all nations of the world to work closely together to build consensus in order to overcome these challenges. For us in Nigeria, we continue to make steady progress despite the daunting challenges, especially in the areas of insecurity, fight against corruption, diversification of the economy, and our effort in promoting good governance, amongst other aspirations. So there you have it, a stern warning to the diplomats. So now, SSS detains Nigerian journalist Lanre Arogundade at Lagos Airport. The state secret service notorious the state secret service notorious for unprovoked intimidation and assassination of journalists and dissidents since the military era has held another Nigerian journalist over yet undisclosed reasons at the airport in Lagos. Lanre Arogundade said on social media update on Thursday afternoon that he was detained by the secret police as he arrived in Lagos from Banjul, where he had gone to train reporters on conflict coverage. I am being held and detained against my wish. I have just returned from Banjul, where I went to train Gambian journalists on conflict sensitive journalism, Mr. Arogundade said on Facebook at about 4 p.m. He recalled further that he had faced similar attacks from SSS agents in decades past. Mr. Arugundade, who has led the Lagos based media rights think tank IPC for several years, did not immediately express knowledge of why he was being detained against his wish. The SSS, which erstwhile military dictators established as a national security outfit for regime protection, has long been known to ambush journalists, political activists, and dissidents across the nation's airport. A spokesman for the secret police did not immediately return a request for comments, but campaign for Mr. Arogundade's release has started gaining steam as words spread of development. Tufts University rights professor Chidi Odekunla has condemned the SSS action on his social media handle and demanded Mr. Arogundade's immediate release. Mr. Arogundade has updated his Facebook wall that he has since been released. So this is the goings on now within the Nigerian state. So they're just sweeping up voices of dissent. And if you are lucky to be a known name, you might get your release. But a lot of people unlucky not to have a known name. That is the end of Solomon Grundy for them. They will just shoot you down or behead you or whatever it is that they do in that space. What you will be disappeared in one form or the other. So now, this is an ongoing story within the Nigerian space. This is a story of right of this moment. Importers of off-spec petroleum must be punished. Adulterated petroleum being sold in Nigeria. President Mohamed Buhari has ordered that producers and providers of the off-spec petroleum imported into the country must be held accountable. The president issued the directive in a statement issued on Thursday by Garba Shehu, his senior special assistant on media and publicity. According to the president, the persons involved must be held accountable for substandard services and or products sold by them. The president also directed the relevant agencies to take every step in line with the laws of the country to ensure that respect and protection of consumers against market abuses and social injustices. So there you have it, adulterated petroleum. That used to be a recurring decimal back in the 90s, but it looks as though now we're revisiting that space again. So to that space, Ola, I see you. Ajale Koko, I see you. And Thomas from Australia, I see you. So good to see you all, gentlemen. So let's go quickly to Ola first and sound his opinion. So Ola, to that journalist that is he arrived at the airport, is being picked up, reasons unknown, a destination unknown. It looks as though he has now been released, but this now a cause of concern. Anybody critical of this brutish administration now, they are arrested, and if your name is not big enough for people to stand up for you, then you are disappeared permanently. What are you making of this development?
Well, uh, hello everyone. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly.
Yeah, so the thing about picking up journalists and harassing them at the airport, honestly, is not new. It has been one of the regular trademark of the. It's unfortunate we cannot use junta during the democratic days, but in Nigeria we have our own brand of governance. So um, right from Decree 4. So the inventor of Decree 4 has never left Decree 4, and Decree 4 has always been part of him. So that's why sometimes when we say the leadership send the signal, the body language of the leader, we tell those people, the hierarchy under him, what to do. And it's even worse when the leader will not speak anything, because once the leader is not speaking, once the leader is not talking against all those nonsense, he's simply saying he has approved whatever they are doing. So um well, it is the government that has managed everything by intimidation, and that is exactly what they are doing. And you even see the follower of the government, even among the civilian people. They are not tolerant at all. You don't just talk against the government; they can do anything to even push you away. So, uh, it is what some of us as the citizens of the country that we have approved, that's how to deal with those people that are not cooperating with us. And the government too, I think those people there too, they are enjoying it. If not, all this nonsense should have stopped a very long time. So it is Decree 4, and Decree 4 is still here with us until the man that brought Decree 4 will be out of the office.
All right, thank you. So to this space, Buhari wants the journalists not to interfere in the not journalists but diplomats not to interfere in the upcoming election. So this is a language that echoes from 2019, when El Rufai went even stronger and told them that they would leave the country in body bags. So are you reading this as a threat? Because there's an undercurrent of threat to it by my reading. Your thoughts, Ola?
Yeah, to me, they are just playing with words. They are playing with semantics, because they've not actually come out with the definition of interference, right? Their own interference. How do I mean? For example, it's on record that the same APC, for example, they went to Obama to make sure that they made bad image out of Jonathan. They even made sure that things that will have even helped reduce the insecurity in the country, they use politics to block it. So they invited the foreign people, the foreigners, to interfere in the affairs of the country. It's on record too that these people too, they went ahead to even imported the foreign militia, that they put them in the bush, expecting that Jonathan will not hand over, so that they will use that to create baboon and a dog situation to soak in blood. Unfortunately, the incumbent that time disappointed them by just taking it with good faith, and just made a statement that time that his ambition is not worth the blood of a single Nigerian as at that time. So now, this guy saying foreign intervention, they don't want diplomats to intervene. How do they? What exactly are they talking about? Now, we've not had the history of diplomat going to the polling unit and influence election, and I've not really seen any time that maybe diplomats in the country, they've given some people money to run against the government. No, it is government of the day that keep going to everywhere to beg for money, to that without even knowing the pledges they've made. You know, the financial pledges they made with our national assets. So to me, whatever they're talking about, I don't understand what they're saying. Is it that okay? Are they sending signal to the foreign people, to diplomat that okay, we don't want you to place ban on any politician that will rig election? Because to me it's ridiculous, because I've not seen any diplomat actually interfere in our politics. So to me, personally, I just believe that someone is playing with
But
words
but
again.
diplomats do interfere in Nigerian politics. That's Katrina Lang. She's never stopped talking about Nigerian politics. The Swedish envoy in never stops talking about. They categorically almost said that the last election was rigged. You know, they weighed in heavily on the Edo election, so they do have a strong. They express strong opinions during and after Nigerian elections.
Yeah, okay. Unfortunately, if that is what they mean by the intervention, there's no way they are going to stop it, because we still have freedom of speech. You can still have opinion expression. You can still express even okay. Look at us, even right from Nigeria, for example. Now, then we were even talking. Although many people may not be diplomat, but let's say Nigerian citizen in general, we were even talking of what is happening in America, and Nigeria is an important space to any country in the world, because you want to do internet, you want to do business with people. You have your citizen doing business in Nigeria. You want to make sure that you want to keep them informed, and you want to make sure that on their behalf you mount some kind of pressure. You know, you are not going to tell the government directly that this is what they are going to do, but it's a way you mount indirect pressure on the government to do the right thing. To me, if that's the type of pressure they are talking about, unfortunately, they are not going to achieve anything. And if they want to independence too, our government, now we should stop being a beggar, a beggar country that we just beg everyone for money for aid, for everything to implement simple things as
No,
getting
no, the two are different things now. The fact that I'm not sure that Nigeria still begs essentially aggressively for aids, but Nigeria is an important country, as you said, and they can avail themselves of international finances. You know, they present their case, and if you want to lend them money, you lend them, and if you don't, you don't. But that doesn't then entitle you to come and run their country for them.
yeah.
Can I interject?
Yeah, come
Okay,
in, Ajan, let's
please
go.
go ahead.
Okay. In addition to what Ola just said,
Yes.
um, the Swedish ambassador and the rest of them that you said make a comment about.
Especially Katrina Liang. She never stops talking.
Oh yes. European Union invested heavily in Nigerian democracy. They have given Nigerian government several millions of dollars or euro.
That entitles them to dictate terms.
They are not dictating. They are just saying, advising Nigerian government.
So they should be poke nosing, Abby. They should be poke nosing into other people's affairs.
They are not poke nosing. Whoever, what did you say? How did they say it? Whoever paid the papa dictate the tune.
Mm-hmm.
When they gave you money to improve on your democracy, on your democratic institution, they train some of your officers that will man that institution. They, grant you, gave you some grant, to put some structure in place for better governance and for better
Nigeria is no
democratic.
longer a colony. I'm not sure if that memo has circulated enough. Nigeria is no longer a colony. We're not under
Nigeria is no,
anybody's rulership.
Nigeria is no longer a colony, but when you are giving money to improve on democratic institution and electioneering processes, and instead of improving,
And that buys amebo rights. That buys amebo entitlement.
well, they have to speak up, because if they don't speak up, how could you do better? They have given you money, several millions of dollars, to do better in your democratic processes, but instead of that, you are doing the worst. You are not following the rule. You don't follow. You don't follow the. How do I say it? You don't obey the rule of law. You don't run the country as a constitutional democracy. So they have the right to speak. They
Well,
did not. They did
democracy
not
is
interfere. They did not interfere. It is
democracy
not
is
an
is
interference.
a loose and an ambiguous term. It's not one size fits all. How it obtains in their country might not necessarily pertain in our country. So this is democracy in Nigeria style, and they are not Nigerian. They are not vested and invested. They are just functionaries of a foreign state there to maintain civil relationship with Nigeria, especially that Katrina Liang, who has herself verbal diarrhea. She never stops talking.
Well, the way you are, um, coloring and portraying the way she talk is as if she interfered in our politics. She didn't interfere.
Jálè kòkò, a need àti fomi gbígbóná jó one man lẹ́nu o.
She did not interfere. She was just speaking to what they saw. They were just advising Nigeria to do better. So they have the right to speak. When they give you money to do certain things to improve on your, democratic process, you have to do better. They are not. They cannot just keep quiet and keep on giving you money for better governance. But instead of that, it's the other way around. So one man, we have to recognize the fact that Nigeria, as a country itself, has surrendered herself to international power. When you have turned yourself to be a beggar, you're getting grant, you're getting loan, you're getting this. Well, you have to follow the terms. I believe when they gave them those terms, those those grant and those aids, they gave them terms. I believe they must have signed some document to give to give guarantee to the Western world and all those governments that were giving them money to improve on better governance. They must have signed the document that this is what we, and when they didn't
Ajale
follow the
Koko,
rules.
what is the role? What is the role of a diplomat that is deployed to a foreign country? What is the role?
Well, primarily is to represent the interests of their country and
Yes.
in that country, and to protect their citizens.
Yes,
To
and to
protect
maintain
the
good relationships
and to
with the.
maintain good relationship. So
Okay. So no,
the interest.
stay on your definition. And this is just me typing Katrina Liang in Google, and this is just the first 5 or so that's come up. UK envoy, outcome of Nigerian election 2023, importance to African democracy. So that's one. And the next one, Nigerian elites using UK schools as shield for money laundering. This is what a supposed. She's essentially wanting to run that country. Why has she not even been deported? Why has she not been deported? Is the thing.
One
Why has
man
she
One
not
man,
been
accusing.
deported?
What do you mean that
one
she's
man.
trying to run the country?
One man, is she not saying the right thing? Look, it's Ajalego, sorry.
No, it's
Now,
not. It's not right or wrong. Is it her place to
Yeah.
say
Well, now
to?
you can
It's not
continue.
her. It's not her place. That is the point.
now,
It is our place to criticize our country, not her place to be running the economy, running the democracy, but maintaining law and order. Just some short little woman from the UK.
Okay, for example, they have investments in the
We know all
country
that. We know all that. We know all
and they
that.
have their citizens in the country.
We know all that. Yes.
Good. Now, whatever, if the country is mismanaged, is it affecting the global community? Which is yes. I still remember when the immigration minister and Canadian immigration minister went to Nigeria when there was an upsurge in the number of those people crossing the border, trying to seek asylum, all those. So when the number surged, it became a concern because that thing was actually putting pressure on the public fund in Canada, and they went to Nigeria. And what led to that was just because of the misgovernance of the country, and many people started trooping now than ever. So now, if Nigeria is mismanaged to the okay, God forbid, like some people predicted that there will be some kind of escalated insurgency in 2022, for example, and it's affecting us. Had it been, for example, that the thing escalated the way they predicted, and they now have some kind of IDP that for about 10 millions of people, for example, it's going to be a serious concern to the global community because
No. That's just far-fetched. I'm not even sure what you're saying. She's just a diplomat. Her role is just to maintain smooth and civil relationship with our host country and respect. Even diplomacy, it has its own verbiage. When people say diplomatic language, it's just that cozy little language that you embed a narrative in flowery language that it sounds like high praise, but just a soupçon of criticism. Not you going to somebody's country and calling all their elites criminals and money launderers and try to superintend democracy. Why has she not been deported?
but it's see, there are two things. See, foreign diplomats interfering and diplomats saying something to the norms and what is happening in the wrong way in the country is totally different. Okay, now, for example, now, if a diplomat, for example, is bringing money now to influence some kind of policy at the National Assembly or to influence who is going to become the president of the country, interference.
Like I said, you are going to that extremes. That's not. That's
But, but,
not.
but,
Anyway, I don't think. All
but,
right,
but,
carry
but
on. Just land the point.
criticism,
Yeah.
criticism, for example, I will give an example. There was a time that the UK Parliament, you understand, the members there were criticizing Trump. For example, everything Trump was doing there, even some people even call it. I've forgotten the vocab that the one of the Parliament members used to even describe Trump. The same way in Canada too, you see them too criticizing Trump, and they were even calling him names in all those stuff. So it is common. It is common for foreign government that are into relationship, they are in relationship with other government around the world to talk against whatever they see that is not going on right in other countries. So whatever this woman is doing, we've seen United Kingdom, a whole parliament. They mentioned, in fact, they degraded Trump. We've seen that on Canada, did the same thing. So this one, only one person, it's not even the lawmakers now, the entirely like that is even talking of Nigeria. It's just only one person there. So it is normal. It is normal that foreign government that are into relationship will speak. But when they start now giving candidate money and they start sponsoring people, then that's interference. That's interference. Even to save Nigeria from Nigeria early the other time, United States of America has to say, okay, any Nigerian politician that get involved in the election malpractices, that they will ban the person, will not be able to secure visa. So it is
okay. Let me bring you this. This is this same woman again who has now constituted herself a nuisance to the Nigerian space. British government deploys over 60 observers for Nigeria's elections. So this is Katrina Liang. The British government has deployed over 60 observers in 15 states across Nigeria for the general elections. The British High Commissioner to Nigeria, Catriona Liang, said this in a video shared on Friday whilst urging Nigerians to go out and vote. She said, so just listen to all of this. She said, although Nigerians are highly disappointed after elections were postponed last week, that should not deter them from going to vote. Tomorrow is polling day again. We recognize the huge disappointment of Nigerians since they woke up on Saturday to hear the news that the elections has been postponed, but your votes will still count. It is your chance to make a difference, not just to vote for politicians of your choice, but also play your part. Essentially, she just goes on and on. So, and of course, it is very important for INEC to remain impartial for this election. So go out and exercise your democratic right to vote. We wish Nigerians all the best. So this is 2019. 60 electoral observers in 15 states. That's even almost exceeding INEC's deployment. Just some foreigner who is meant to be a diplomat, essentially superintending Nigerian politics. That woman should be deported.
Okay, let let me even make some kind of diversion before I go to that thing. Now, you are talking of your government, for example. Look at some of the campaign the other time. You don't want foreign people to interfere, but you took your campaign to Chatham House in United Kingdom. Even there was a time that our president would not speak to us, only to go to the UK when he was talking with the government and foreign government to talk of what he should have talked to Nigeria. So the thing is this: you don't want something, but you are exactly doing opposite of what you claim not to want, right? So now,
how do the two things marry?
I'm just
the Nigerian president is not allowed to travel or not allowed to talk abroad.
I'm not saying it's not to travel. It's not to travel. What you will not discuss, for example, you will go to United Kingdom to campaign. The campaign you should have done at home. For example,
what do you mean? They did not campaign at home.
No, APC.
Did they not campaign in Nigeria?
Buhari, that they didn't allow to attend presidential media in Nigeria.
Did they not campaign in Nigeria? What are you talking about now?
Wait, now, our president didn't talk to us in the presidential media chat here, but he went to United Kingdom.
What about the interaction with Zainab Ahmed?
I don't know so much about Zainab. I'm not even talking.
I don't understand what you're talking about.
I'm not even talking about that. Now, look at it. Do you know that there are criteria for observer from foreign country to become observer in Nigeria? They must be approved by INEC. There are procedures there. It's not as if you will send observer here and they will just move on to. No. All observers are approved by the INEC. So it simply means that there are criteria. There are provisions for foreign observers to come. Even if those foreign observers are not
60 observers covering 15 states from one country.
If they are not approved by the INEC, then let them send them away from the polling center.
Does that sound right to you? Is that observation or supervision? 60 observers covering 15 states just from the UK. Is that observance or supervision?
We should be asking our government, and INEC is a critical agency of the government. So we should be asking them, why would they approve of them if they don't want them? So that's why I say someone cannot be talking with the two sides of the mouth. What exactly do you want? Then, if you don't want foreign intervention, don't approve any observers to come and monitor elections in Nigeria. And let's know that only the CNN of this world.
Are you making the distinction between observing and interfering?
Okay, you diverted to observation, right? And I told you that there are criteria.
No. It's interference now. That is the topic of discussion. I didn't divert anywhere.
I said the interference of what I know in my own disease. These guys, if they're not bringing money, if only what they are talking, one man went to Mook and talk about election in America when it comes to that time, for example.
Well, I'm not of the influence to impact anything, but the higher your influence is or your importance is, the more you moderate your language. You cannot have the British High Commissioner in Nigeria just talking as though she was the president of the country, that she was holding national press conferences to lambast the Nigerian structures and the Nigerian space. That cannot be acceptable.
Okay, what these diplomats are talking about, for example, I think they are just in form of like something like clan control. You are just trying to force the politicians to do the right thing, right? In which anybody can speak.
That is the role of Nigerians, not them.
No, but you see, once you come within the space of Nigeria, the only thing they cannot do, for example, is that if they start influencing our policy, if they start bribing our
what about the threats they made during Edo State gubernatorial election, threatening to seize assets of Nigerian politicians in the UK and to make exposés on Nigerian politically exposed persons? All of these things during that Obaseki election.
Okay, now let me say something. What is even wrong if we want to threaten them? Even without politics, all those people should even be prosecuted because all those assets,
all right, without politics, that's right, but that was used as a political interference.
Yeah, I don't see. You see, the way I see it, for example, like I said, we both agree that even without politics, they should be prosecuted. But now telling these people that, okay, we know your mission, we know why you are going to power, why you want to do or die affair, if the reason you want to rig election, you want to cause mayhem, you want to break your country down, is because you want to see so that you bring money to our country. We know what you have there. If you try it,
they are offended by Nigerians bringing hundreds of billions to their economy, Abi. That offends them.
Me, of course, you know, they are politicians, right? They are politicians. Like we said, that they are there to protect their own interest. Now, threatening criminals that stole from the country and reinvested that money in their own country instead of where they stole the money, then to me, they are both into this politics. Anything they can do, I will look away. But if they are giving money to Atiku, if they are giving money to Showore, if they are giving money to Shinajo, but if they just criticizing the rogues around the world, the thieves around the world, that you thieves, so if you interfere,
using strong arm tactics to influence, because that is influence and interference. What they did in Edo State was influence and interference. It was for the greater good, it was for the greater good, but nevertheless, it was influencing, and interfering.
So why should our politicians put themselves in the position where they can be influenced?
Yeah, no, but that is secondary to the primary matter. The primary matter is that they've come into a sovereign state to influence the trajectory of that space.
Because
through interference,
Nigeria, the way these politicians are breaking Nigeria is affecting them because of all this UN convention. For example, now if someone goes to their country now to claim asylum after Nigeria broke that, it's going to mount pressure on them because there are some certain criteria these guys must meet before they can turn anybody down from their country. And if they want to reduce this thing, they can go to the source and make sure that they do the right thing at the source. After all, what we are saying now is that they are just talking. They've not brought someone from Mali and this and put in the bush to start threatening people. Those are the ones that we can even say they are threatening. They are interfering in the electoral processes in Nigeria. But this one, they are just being ideological. They are playing with the mind. They are just, they are restructuring the mind of the politician to do the right thing, to say, okay, even if you steal, for example, that's your money that you steal, you are not going to get away with it. To me, that's the way I see that. But that's the way I see that. So to me, whatever this woman is saying, honestly, I even want more people. Look at what Obama did during that time. It was okay for APC when he was even campaigning for Buhari, that was even campaigning directly for them. It was okay with them because it's like they indirectly they invited Obama to give some kind of speech, for example, to support APC. Now, when it is another thing entirely that maybe someone configure it, contour it, they envision it that, oh, this game may go against us this time around. All of a sudden, they realize that the thing they did wrong sometimes ago now, they don't want it now. They don't want criticism. Is that not what battered the type of decree we talk about? You want to keep people quiet. No, if Nigerians cannot talk enough, there's nothing wrong in the foreigners talking for us. As far as I'm concerned, they are not giving our next chairman, for example, money that rig this election. If they are not doing all those things, if it's just a matter of talking, we've seen foreign governments talking about the election that is going on in other countries. Canada do that, United States do that, United Kingdom do that. So whatever this woman is saying is not unknown in the political activity. So that's just the way I see it. So I will even like so many people. 60, now only 60 United Kingdom deployed. In fact, if they can even deploy 100,000 just to make sure that they cage our politicians to do the right thing, so that our people will stay in the country and liberate the country and do the right thing. Good. The only reason politicians will kill during the election is to get on their money and look. And this guy say, look, you know where you put your money. If you want to keep people just because you want to steal more, we are going to confiscate your asset. To me, it's good. We may feel or the other way, we feel it is bad, but we are already in a bad situation already. It is only when we are up on our feet that we are doing well, that we have shots. As it is now, we don't have shots because those people that don't want foreign affairs, they are beggars everywhere. They beg for money everywhere. They steal that money, even they give us aid. They still invest that looted aid. They still use it. They use it to invest in all those countries. So to me, it's not interference. That's just my own understanding of it.
Oh, all right, thank you. So let me take you to a different spot then, Ola, and let me take you to Nigerian politics, and let me take you to the east. They are looking like they are going to complete the second Niger bridge that was started and funded by the Goodluck Jonathan administration. So, however, whatever, that's still a good thing, but they are now going to call it the Mohammed Buhari Bridge. So what is that an act of provocation, do you think? What are you making of just that? Is this the Middle East where you put the picture of the emperor on every motorway and whatever? What is going on there?
Yoruba will say, ẹ jẹ́ kí a lé ẹlẹ́yọ̀ lọ́nà ká tó fàbọ̀ sórí ẹdìyẹ. You know what that one means? You know, fox. They like eating fowl, you know. But when they are around your fowl, you just want to make sure you keep them away before you start whatever you want to come and do on your fowl. See, if they like, let them call that bridge. What's the name of this? The worst man in the war history. This German man that created that caused the Second World War. Let them call the bridge anything. Do that bridge first. Open up the economic activities around that region. Let people be reasonably and be gainfully, employed. Let the activity be going on. It is going to be fine for the country. If they like, call the name of the bridge Diami of Uganda, call the name anything. That's just a matter of time. When Nigeria get to the right, to the right level of development, they will start changing all those things. We've seen some kind of a national monument and name after some former leaders in this country, even over 100 years, things that all of a sudden, when people realize all those crimes they committed, even a century ago, they started renaming all those things. Even those people that were not even prosecuted that time, even after they're dead, they prosecuted it, they entered the name to say, okay, this guy that they so much adore within a particular period, he was actually a criminal. Everything credited to him, they changed all those things. So it's not an issue. Allow them to construct the bridge. When they construct the bridge, people are able to use the bridge for economic goods, for them to make wealth, to make wealth and everything. Then we can start talking of how to change the name, because all this Murtala Muhammad, the airport, all these kind of things. See, in the next 30 years, if Nigeria gets things right and they start dealing with everything, they start removing them. For example, when you call Third Mainland Bridge, IBB Bridge, for example, whatever you name after IBB, when you remember what this guy did in 1993, even for the fact that he even came in through the barrel of gun, they disabilized democratically elected government. Some kind of Democrat will come in the vision and say, are we supposed to even be rewarding bad and criminal activities? Those things can be changed with time. So whosoever, if they like, let them call it Buhari, let them call it this thing. You understand? It may even be the generation of his children that will even suffer, the pains of removing their father's name.
But does it not speak to a certain mindset that you want to name a bridge? I don't think apart from Carter Bridge, I don't think we have a tradition of naming a bridge after politicians or even anybody. Maybe airports we do, but I'm not sure that we have that tradition. But I remember Buhari renamed the most important road in Abuja after the president of Niger Republic. So now they are branding the second Niger bridge in the heartland of the East after this guy. So he continues to loom large as an intimidation in that space.
Well, if they want to name, our politicians too, they have their own ego. They want their name to stay.
Yeah, he can go and name Daura after himself now. Nobody cares about Daura.
Exactly. They want to do it themselves so that they try to, immortalize themselves or whatever they are trying to do. So
he's already immortalized. Buhari is already immortalized, but it's immortalized more in the Gestapo, Hitler, Abacha side of history. Nobody will forget that guy, but he will not be remembered for anything good.
Nobody. Some of us that like to shout, that like to interact on social media, we are helping him to put his name there. Although some people are trying to lies and put some lies there. So some of us too, with our stubbornness, we are trying to correct those lies for people that we have access that into, even after we might have left, to even learn the truth. So like I said,
Buhari is the very definition of a despot. I cannot think of anybody more despotic than that guy.
Honestly, I will agree with you 500%. 500% I will agree with you, because there are facts, there are evidences to what he has done wrongly and how he has brought us back, and now he's intolerant. And see, we all that, because there's no way, as we speak today, all these kind of looking for grazing routes that they are not existing, they're already on research time. When you go to research gate, when you go out to those things, so things like that, there is no way you can eliminate it, because some students from Nigeria, they've already made research on those things, they posted it. Some people will search for that in 100 years to come and they will find it there. Those are the kind of things I like. So there are some kind of thing you can never cover now that they cover some in between 1983 and 1985. That is why we have to be very careful in this age because the next stage may even be worse than this. So now, like I said, for now, I won't bother myself, because Yoruba will say Okokonla Yese Kuro Leku. When you are where when they are trying to mine and refine palm oil, you understand? You can't carry your foot up, one goes at the same time. It's just one after the other, like left, right. You understand? So to me, whatever they are doing now, if it is their own fulfillment to have the name there, don't bother. Let them do, let them give us that infrastructure. At least if you are borrowing 10 billion for now and you are using 2 billion to do that, and you are saying that, still do it for now. Maybe we get someone tomorrow that will recover all that you've looted. Name it after yourself. Don't worry. Nigeria, we are get advanced to that level that even if it's 100 years, even if it's after us, things cannot be like this. Some people will remove their name and they will criminalize all those names, all those things that they think they are doing now. It's just a matter of time. I know that we are passing through the stages. The criminality that has not that people cannot put on the book now, they will put it on that book. I've seen a situation there, for example, where they deported a man that never even knew anything about his state of origin, just because his papa committed murder like almost 40 years ago. When they realized that, his papa even committed a crime that time, they say, if the father was not even it was inadmissible that time, so his dependent cannot be admissible. Now, they have to deport someone that maybe was just a year when they even brought him to Canada. See, as that guy has suffered the consequences of the sin of his father. If we think that thing cannot happen in Nigeria, we are just joking, because there is no civilization that remains stagnant. Everything is always dynamic. Whether we like it or not, Nigeria will get there. When is what we don't know. So let them build the bridge. Let them borrow whatever they want to borrow. If they like, name everything. Name Nigeria after Buhari. At the end of the day, when people get to a level, they will fight and change it. Nothing stay permanently forever. That's just what I believe there. Give us the Niger bridge. Give us as many bridges as we want to. Let us liberate ourselves. When people get fully engaged, they will be so you will have less people. When people are liberated, when people are aware there will be little space for any politicians to manipulate them. Over time, people will start developing some kind of mental, there's some mental defense that they'll be able to defend themselves against, against some kind of manipulation, and people will start reasoning. One person will just wake up one day and say, if my name is not after any national monument, why should a national monument be named after a criminal? Before you know, they start petition by play. People will just remove everything, nothing. So I don't care about that. If they like, let them name Atlantic Ocean, call it Buhari Ocean. It doesn't make any difference.
Okay. All right, thank you. So thank you. So Ola, just a short response to this. Under Buhari, even lawmakers are stealing billions. ICPC. So they go into like a detailed breakdown of just how robbery is taking place. So we already know about budget padding. The executive arm of government will submit a budget which is already sacrosanct to the last naira. So all the assembly should then do is to peruse it to see if it rhymes with accountability and to delete from it. But they don't delete from it in Nigeria, they add on to it. So they added an extra nearly 600 billion naira as constituency projects. That already a robbery space. But they are now focusing on that constituency projects. But now they are now hiding it under soft projects that are not auditable. So what are you then making now of this just clever looting? Just always a way out to loot within the Nigerian space. The looting continues and Buhari looks the other way. So quick comments on that, Ola.
They are all thieves. They are all thieves. Because if they are not all thieves, the executive will not lose its bite to do the right thing. For example, if the executive will not loot and the national and the legislator want to loot, the executive will stand, because already, if they are not stealing, they can tell those people point blank, say, "Men, come here, you cannot steal." But when the executive members are stealing, a thief cannot tell another thief not to steal, because all of them, they are all thieves and they know their own secrets. So to me, I know that our legislators are bad, but all those executives you see too, they are the same thing, right from even this thing. For example, what's the definition? I saw one governor was saying that he didn't spend his security vote, that he spent this. Well, you understand? The question is this: what's the definition of security vote? What for? Is that not some kind of looting? And when you loot, when all those executive members loot with the worst impunity, these guys too, they want to have their own national cake, because all of them too, they want to save money for the next election. So just because they know the game, they know all of them are looting, that is why they cannot. They are supposed to be like a legislator, the legislative arm and the executive arm. They are supposed to be like kind of check and balance. The work of check and balance is supposed to be the work of the legislature, the legislative arm of the government. But when the executive, when they are stealing with impunity, and those guys too, they just see their own way to steal. They say, okay, we know that you are stealing, if you don't approve what we want, you are not going to approve of yours. I remember the other time you were saying that, okay, all those constituency projects should go to the state governors. State governors are not better either. As a matter of fact, they are worse. They are just like principality and power. That they are worse. That, those are the people that you want to send money to the local government, for example, they will tell you that, no, they control. All those constituency money, if the country is working as it's supposed to be working, they are supposed to be controlled by the local government, not the state government, not the legislator. Yeah, the legislator from the federal, they can mount pressure on the local government just to make sure that the developmental project, that their own constituency will have the largest pie of it, if that's what they want to do. But all these are not necessarily meant for any constituency project. It's for the like of Dino Melaye to buy more houses in the United States of America and be telling you that he has been a businessman before the world was created. So to me, I just see some kind of a some smarter for example, some kind of smarter for example, that think, let me even put the other thieves in the spotlight so that the public will see, and they use that thing to just draw our attention away. Whereas all of them are evil, but some people are saying, no, I'm saying, or I'm not as evil as you. So constituency project, for example, is supposed to be something that they should work with the local government. Yeah, it is good if the legislator can supervise, but giving that into the governors is even going to worsen the situation. So that's not what we advocate for. For example, as we are in the country today, we should be even moving more to the local government more than any other in that country. So both legislator and the executive, they are all thief. Because not until you start asking the honorable ministers to even let us know what accrued to them after 4 years in power. Not when you ask when someone really audit what accrues to all those legislators or even the president of the country. Like we saw those people that ruled that were the ruling class between 1979 and 1983, the one that this guy crashed, for example. Many of them, especially from the western region up to Bende, then up to Bende, then you saw all of them, that some of them, they came to the government house with the houses they built with loan, with cars they purchased with car loan, and they went back to that place. I just use personal loan, use personal car as the executive governor of Ondo State, and went back with his own personal thing. The same house he built then was the same house, he went back to. But we've seen this kind of people that they allocate car to themselves to the time that they're going to die. Maybe they'll be changing car every 3 years. You even have some people, okay, buy vehicle from Inoze Moto. They will tell you, no, we want some kind of Toyota from America, this type of spec, all those things. So to me, they are all the same. The idea of constituency project, if they cannot allocate that to the local government directly and let the local government administrators and do all those things, I think those are the things we should be looking at scrapping, because that is why it is important that this rural constitution we have, I don't know the type of decree people normally call it, that we need to scrap the constitution and do the right thing. We've never needed restructuring more than ever than the way we have now. That's why we are even saying in that 2023 we are going to, if you like, put anybody there. That was why when I was listening to the like of Dele Faro to me, he said, if you like, change everybody in that country, chase all the current politicians away, put the new ones there. You may find out that these guys that they've never put their hands in the cookie jar before, they may even become worse. They may even become worse than the current politicians we have there presently. So, to me, the issue of a constituency project is just a power play, just to whip some kind of sentiment, just for some kind of smarter politician to say, oh, you see, we are trying to do this thing. It is your legislators that are this thing. When they themselves somewhere they are stealing, let everybody drop what they've stolen. Then personally, I can listen to them. But as it is now, to me, I won't let anybody use me personally as part of their political permutation and combination, just for them to sustain themselves in power. It is the war of who is more eloquent now. It's the more of who is able to use some kind of misnomers against his competitors to still gain political advantage. Otherwise, the executive arm and the legislative arm in that country, honestly, they are the same thing. The only people they've not brought amidst them, I think, is the judiciary. Even though judiciary, I'm not saying they are corruption free. No, they are corrupt too, but they've not gone advanced. They don't have the type of wholesale and large scale they have, all these two arms.
Okay.
I was wondering where you went to.
No. Thank you. I was listening. I was just waiting for you to land. So
Okay.
thank you, Ola. So thank you. Let's go from Ola to Ajanle Koko, and let's put to Ajanle Koko a different talking point. Yes, Ajale Koko, you came in at that interference spot, and I came in to be critical of Buhari for saying that, especially off the back of El Rufai's comment in 2019. But then in the course of the conversation, I was just thinking that no, hang on a minute, you cannot really interfere in another sovereign country's elections, not to the degree of interference that we're seeing from these people. What is your take on all of that, Ajanle Koko?
I don't see it as interference. I see it as them offering themselves as an assistance to Nigeria to develop their democratic structure and institution. So, like I said earlier, they invested heavily in Nigeria democracy. And when they were giving grant, I believe they must have signed some undertaking that this is what we're going to do. We're going to comply with this. We're going to be transparent so that more assistance will come. So these people, European Union, including Britain, have spent so much money running into millions of euro and pounds to train our officials, to build the institution and help us in the best way, to put our democratic institution and process, put our democratic structure in place in Nigeria. So they should be free. They should be free to speak up when Nigeria is derailing, and Nigeria is going contrary to the undertaking they signed with them. So it's not interference. It's a kind of advice for Nigeria to do better. That's the way I see it. And they have to continue to speak up in that direction as long as they give Nigeria that financial assistance and all the help they need to develop our democratic institution.
All right, but some of the language it borders on interference, and it's almost patronizing because the language that they use in Nigeria and countries like Nigeria, they would never use it to even speak to American politics or any other first world country politics. So it's patronizing. It's just arrogant. Telling us that this is how you should run. It crosses the lines of acceptability, by my reckoning.
I don't see it like that, one man. These people are using their taxpayers' money to help our democratic institution and our democracy. And, they have to be accountable to their people, how they spend their money. And if what they spend money on or the grant they're giving to us is not going the best direction that is approved by their parliament, they have to speak. We don't have to. We have turned ourselves into a begging nation. We beg for everything. We open ourselves up for help here and there. And whoever pay the piper dictate the tune. This is an investment. They're investing on our democracy so that our democracy can strive in Nigeria. We can have good governance, and we can be part of the world committee of nations that are doing good democratically. But when they use their taxpayers' money, hard-earned money, to help us, and we are not going in the right direction, they have to speak so that their people can know back home that, look, this is what we are offering these people. I mean, this is what we are doing for these people. They are not doing the right thing, and you can hear us speaking. Their society is a democratic society that people will question them, people will query them, people will ask them questions. What have they achieved with the grant that they're giving to all these countries that are not doing good democratically? So you know the way it works. You know the way it works in the Western world. People speak, people ask questions, people challenge their leaders. So, and they should be able to show to their leaders, to their people, look at, we spoke, this is what we did, this is what we did. So they are in the right direction, they are doing the right thing. It is not interference, it's an advice, and it's a way of continuing to help Nigeria to do better. That's the way I see it, woman.
Oh, okay, and the ICPC alarming at the level of looting going on amongst the lawmakers. What are you making of that?
Looting in Nigeria.
It's almost like breathing, isn't it? It's almost like breathing in Nigeria. Eh?
Woman is looting.
It's just the new ways that they have devised. Anytime they close a loophole, it's not even 24 hours that they've come up with a new creative way to carry on the looting. So they are now looting it under soft projects like intervention with healthcare and orientation of people. So things that don't really have receipts to present as how the money is spent. And they're just passing the money on to a middleman to ferry it to these people and then bring it back to them in cash. This is what the ICPC has discovered.
Well, ICPC is doing their job. It's not going to stop the politician from continuing to steal, as long as they remain in their position. They're not going to stop. So, but what we need to know is that the whole that is the
we're losing you somewhat.
Woman, why don't you give him a moment? Maybe it's
no, you're still faint. Yeah, no, that's better.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
okay.
We can now.
Nigeria democratic, governmental structure, from the federal government down to the local government, is corrupt. It's a nation that is rotten with corruption. And to save it, it's going to take a hard work of we, the people. Politicians and the people they appoint in position to head all these institutions, EFCC, ICPC, all of these cannot investigate this corrupt. They cannot investigate this corrupt politician. They are incapable. They are not independent. They look independent. Are they not appointed by the president? Whoever that is trying to do his work the way it's supposed to do, in such a way that it want to affect the president's interests or the interests of their party or any interest that those in power are connected to, they will take that person out. So what do we see here? You see those people as headship of this institution compromised already. They cannot really perform optimally in the interest of the country. They cannot. So until we, the people, like I always say here, take all these people out of power, and then...
Is it the people or the system?
No, what I'm saying that we, the people, if we vote these criminals out of power, then we can put sanity in place, do the right thing in such a way that those institutions will be independent on their own and will be backed by law, that once they are appointed into the position, they cannot be threatened, they cannot be bullied, they cannot be fired in the course of carrying out their job.
How about bribed?
Bribed?
Yes. Can they be bribed?
People that are given responsibility, people that are in position of power or headship of institutions should not take bribe. Are you talking about the politicians or the people?
No. You're saying to move all the rotten apples out of governance and influence, and then recalibrate the country, and then these institutions will make them independent, so that constitutionally, so that there can be no interference or strong arming of them, so that they can work independently and go after anybody without fear of anybody coming back at them. But there's just that one space in Nigeria, which is bribery. These people can still be bought, and that is always the thing.
Look, if we have the right people in the right position in our country, they won't take bribe. People with integrity, no matter how pressure they put on them from any quarters, they won't take bribe, because people with integrity won't like to rob their head and their body.
We still have them left in Nigeria, people with integrity.
They are all over the place. They are there. They are not given chance. A lot of people that will not compromise, that are unpurchasable. You can't buy them. They are there, but you cannot see them. They won't be given appointment because they know that they won't they will not compromise their position for anything. They are there in Nigeria. It's just that because yeah.
The likes of Ali Ahmed, Abi, the custom boss, right?
Look at that. That one is he looks, acts, and talks like a gangster. That one is the worst of them.
You see, one man. Adele Koko. Well, they are very rare. Maybe that's what you should say, perhaps. But then you see,
I'm not sure that they do still exist. I think I think Ajale Koko is speaking. Hold on.
Woman, are you still there?
Hold on. Tony, I think Ajale Koko is speaking more in hope than in expectation. I think it's a hopeful statement.
Wishful kind of...
not well, maybe hopeful. You know, but I cannot think of one. No, the whole
Let,
system is
let
wrong.
me
There's no
let
wrong.
me tell you
Every
Let
Nigerian is
me just
rotten.
address it real quick. Let me just address it real quick. You see, the thing is this: the Nigerian environment, the civil service environment, or whatever have you. If you're an integrity man, if you get in there, people that will surround you, these are wolves. And if you don't dance to their tune, they can do away with you. So it's very, very difficult for an integrity man to be in the midst of wolves, a sheep in the midst of wolves. That's the problem with that country. That country is rotten from top to bottom, or from bottom to top.
But it's a
That's
third world country. What do you expect?
we can't just say it's a third world country. Other third world country are not
No,
as
but
corrupt
what
as
do you expect from what do you expect from a third world country? Out of
it's
all
the
third world
system.
countries,
It's the
out
system.
of all third world countries, you expect Nigerians to be the saints?
What do you mean? What do you mean by when you are third world country? Does it mean to be
These kind of
a
things are
corrupt,
expected of a third
trotting
world
country?
country.
Ali, that Ali I'm talking about. The man is known to be a man, a very strict man. But you know that what that man is now? That man is a crook now, because he surrounds himself. Because initially when he got this custom boss, the custom boss that this man appointed, Buhari, the man is a very strict man. But when he got in there, he started his strictness and everything. People were just piping low, looking at him. But when the whole thing was like, it was stifling the flow of corruption, the free flow of corruption. They got him. I mean, whatever way they do it within themselves, they got him. They got him involved. Sure, at least one of the most corrupt custom boss. Maybe after when he leaves there, we're going to find out the truth about what he did. So what I'm just trying to say, I'm just giving that man. I'm just using that man as an example of how it's very, very difficult for you to find an integrity man or somebody who has that mind of, okay, I want to go there and clean the whole thing. But when he gets there, Nigerians, those people, those corrupt people there, they will fight him. They will fight him.
It's not about fighting him. Most of these corrupt people didn't go there to be corrupt. They were coerced into being corrupt. Because, for example, you go and visit somebody. They invite you for a visit. They give you two choices. They will give you a bag of money, cash, there. You either take it or you face, persecution, which may be death. That's what is going on. So during this APC regime, this kind of tactics have been used very, very well. So that's why you see a lot of people who were not corrupt now being corrupt, not because they wanted to do it or they had plans for it, but because they are being coerced. Everybody is being forced to do it. It's just a tactic. Why fight them when you can make them join you?
I want to disagree with you. They are not coerced. They're interested in being corrupt.
Okay, so you believe everybody that went into politics wanted, that's their main agenda. That's what they. So basically, that's what Soludo is going to be then. If that's the mindset that you are saying these politicians they are, or people in power have, then the whole system, even Sowore will get there and be like that. If that's what you're saying.
Let me tell you this.
No, but
can you hold on, please? So are you telling me that if you are elected to a position of authority now, and you find people that are corrupt there around you, you will succumb to be corrupt as well, like that? Is that what you're saying? I'm not asking a question from you.
Wait, I'm answering.
Answer your question straight.
Okay, I'm answering. That is not the meaning of coerced. I told you coerced.
What do you mean by coerce? What coerce? Are you going to be forced into doing it?
Can I lure? They will lure them.
What you don't want to do, you don't want to do it.
Wait, can I tell you the definition of coerced?
You don't need to tell me. I understand what
you don't know. That means they have been persuaded.
What are you talking about?
No.
What are you talking about? You're using the wrong word. That's not.
Solely, can I interject?
You're being forced to do something.
Yes.
Solely,
how can you be forced to be a corrupt person?
What do you mean? How can you be forced to be a corrupt person?
Solely, let me tell you.
You can be forced. You can be forced to be a corrupt person. Is that what you're saying?
Are you saying it's impossible?
Okay.
Are you saying it doesn't happen?
Sorry, no,
Are
sorry.
you saying it doesn't happen? No, but
Ajale Koko.
are you saying it doesn't
Ajale
happen?
Koko is on
What are you
record.
saying?
Even if Buhari was stealing, you understand, he was not stealing like the current politician we have, for example. Apart from
You
his
want to live
nepotism,
in
but it's on
denial.
his record. You cannot say Buhari stole money by his record before he got there into 2015. But now, can we say the same thing about Buhari now? So Buhari is a typical example of an incorruptible person. Seemingly, let me just put seemingly incorruptible person, but now that is not even more corrupt than Shagari that he overthrew. So
Ebola,
the
you don't
same
have
way
the evidence of what you are saying. You don't have the evidence that is corrupt.
Oh, okay, I hear you. I
Well,
hear
they,
you. We
but
don't have
they said his
evidence.
son. They said his son is the most richest son of the.
Yeah,
That's what they said.
leave my brother Thomas. Is this trusting? Is this trusting this man? So what the Soli is saying is like I said when I was listening to this lawyer, this saga, what do you call his name?
Shega
Delifaru TV.
Lanes. Shega. Oh no, not
No,
Shega Lanes.
Delifaru,
They
not
call
even
him.
Sega. Now he said that in over and over, which I reasoned with him that if they send all these people away and replace everyone with Delifaru TV there, as long as we are carrying this constitution, the system people will still be corrupt because you are channeling too much money to where people can easily stay that you cannot attach them to projects. What was the business of Abuja with getting the largest percentage of revenue? What are they using that thing for? Instead of those money going to the local government and let everybody in the local government, for example, fight themselves to finish, you carry everything go to Abuja to the extent that all the state governors they be driving to Abuja to just go and collect yes. The money see how are you going to defend? But if everything is being used at the local government and everybody is taxed evenly and you use your money there, man, all these type of showore we are talking about, we are going to have showore in each of those local government that will be like Egungun Eja. Boom. To all those politicians that will be giving them ethics. Those are the things. During the UPN time, we run all this thing into work. Even before UPN, even in the ILEs, this is what they did, and this thing worked. But when IBB got to that place, he even made the thing to be more centralized than even what Akunyi Ironsi did, and they scattered everything. So if you carry Showore and put in this type of system, except Showore want to say it's an angel and as a mortal person, this one is not about Showore now, it's just figurative. Now, as long as this CF system that will rob Musa to pay Bayo, it's not going to work. Just give, for example, give the oil to the owner of the oil salsa, for example. Let the north go back to the pyramid, the granite pyramid, and cotton and wool and this thing. Let them go back to it. Let Yoruba, let me go back to our cocoa and our all those animals boundary or whatever we were doing that time. We are going to be better for it.
All right, thank you. So Ajale Koko, you heard it. There's no such thing as an incorruptible. This is what everybody thinks. Ajale Koko.
What you are talking about, if I can understand you better, is
You're still thinking of the Tai Sholari days. We don't have them like that anymore. They are all
you are
armed robbers now.
you are talking
But that's not one man. But that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that.
Not you, Ajale Koko. I think Ajale Koko is still romanticizing about people of the past. The contemporaneous Nigerian politician is an armed robber.
One man. Let me say this: you brought an example, a good example of Tai Sholari. Do you know what happened to Tai Sholari when he was given the managing director of the People's Bank during
no, it was Federal Road Safety Corps, wasn't it? Was it not Federal Road Safety Corps?
No, I think there was one that he was made
People's Bank of Nigeria.
Yeah.
So that's a good example of how they can corrupt you. And I'm not saying he was corrupt, but when you walk in the midst of people that surrounds, because after I think People's Bank collapsed, IBB called him and said, "You see what I was telling you, that you cannot function in this kind of society, this kind of society, because they lend out money to many people they did not pay, and most of this money that was lent out were to some people, big shots in Nigeria." So what I'm trying to tell you is this: you see, I mean, that country, Nigeria, the system is just so.
Yeah,
It's
but
so
People's
small.
Bank was not meant to. I think it was 10,000 naira, wasn't it? The cap for that People's Bank.
Yeah.
Yes, and
It
that was a
wasn't meant
lot
for.
of money back
It
then.
wasn't meant for big men.
Yeah,
It
that
was
was a
meant
lot of
for
money back then.
organizers and mama provision.
But you'll be surprised that some people got more than 10,000 naira back then.
Well,
Some
then
people.
that's down to Taishola Arena. He got corrupted.
That's what I'm saying. But
No,
this the man was saying that was the most one of the most incorruptible or whatever man we
Yes,
call it.
no,
Look at
no.
it. So
Mr.
the
Mr.
system is
Holy
so
Holy.
bad that I just look at the system is so bad that you're going to it's going to be very, very difficult for you to find somebody of integrity and remain and keep that integrity in that system called Nigeria.
In
Very, very
fact, I
difficult.
would say it is impossible to find somebody that has integrity in Nigeria. Maybe the most that you can find is somebody that has a little bit of a conscience, and out of that 1 billion naira that was given him, he just steals 150 million and then uses the rest for greater good. But he's still a thief, but just a thief with a conscience. But a total no thief, I don't think is in Nigeria anymore.
Let me tell you one.
One man. Who is that person that is a thief with a conscience?
No, I'm saying that's. I'm not saying. I don't have a direct example, but I'm saying that is the best that we can hope for now. But we cannot have. We don't. I don't think we have a totally clean person in public space or that can take public space in Nigeria anymore. They are all crooks.
One man, you see, they are all the same. They are all crooks.
Well, exactly.
It will be very difficult to clean that system. The corruption has eaten so deep into us. As a matter of fact, if you are in position and you don't play ball, they'll think something is wrong with you. They won't be asking you, "Are you okay?" So
you know, back back in the
saying.
day, Ejiro, if you go into public office back in the day and you were accused of stealing or wrongdoing, the shame in your community would not let you back.
Exactly.
They will not let you back into the community for shame. These days,
But
if you're in
reverse
public
is the
office
case
and you
now.
don't
Reverse
steal,
is the case.
they won't let you
Yes.
back. If you don't steal now, they won't let you back. The shame of not
Reverse
stealing, they
is
won't
the
let
case.
you back.
Even your
They
own
say
immediate
you
family.
go there, you know chop. You they
Your
come back
own
here.
immediate family.
They
If you
get
start
stop
from
punish
your
you, get out.
if you start from your roof, from your own immediate family, they'll start
No,
persecuting you.
they will shame
You
you
know?
that you went there and you did not chop. Are you mad? Get out of here. You are not a member of this family anymore. This is it. You know, this is it.
One man,
Nigeria is
So
doomed.
the constitution is not the problem. The people is the problem. So sometimes we blame this constitution every time. I get annoyed. Constitution is not the problem. It's the people. If we
I agree.
if we work on
It's the
this
people.
same constitution,
One
Nigeria
man
will
likes
still
to.
work.
It's the people. One man.
It's
It's not
the
that.
people.
No. Hold on. Let's hear from Black League. But Black League, I'm not far from that because several have said that we need a national orientation agency in that country to teach citizenship, to teach ethics and things like that. But you wanted to, let's hear from you, Black League.
Yes, one man. The people. We the people were the problem because we are corrupt, and that's why the politicians in turn are corrupt. The other day, I think it was me, engineer Ejiro, and I think Ola was there too. We're discussing this, and I gave an example that okay, let's say you know some senator from your area, they are back home for Christmas. You happen to visit them. If they don't drop something in the Nigerian sense, you go and campaign against them for in the next elections. So you're expecting them to give you some money that is not budgeted for. And that's the majority of the Nigerian people. So we know these people are corrupt. All we are asking for is our share. If we don't get our share, we turn them into demons, we demonize them. So I think we should put ourselves in the politician's shoe. Money that wasn't budgeted for, there are people in your house that are, there's basically no space in your house. It's filled with people every day, both family members, constituency members, just members of the public in general. So when they come on a daily basis, you have to now, share some money. 10,000, 20,000, 100,000, a million each, depending on the caliber of people visiting you. And we as the Nigerian people, we see that as okay. In America, that wouldn't work. A few years ago, I met a senator in America, a congressman. We had a group, so we invited him and his family to come talk to us, to give a speech. And he came. We were actually surprised he came. He came with his wife and his grandchildren. So during the discussion, he bought us what they call this food, pizza. After he ordered for the pizza, we ate, drank Coke or Fanta. After he left, it was about 5 minutes after he left, we saw his SUV speeding back down. That it was for sure above the speed limit. So, what did this congressman leave that he's speeding back like that? He came to ask me for the receipt for that pizza they bought. He said he has to go report it in the office. That the pizza was about $12 for one. So you can imagine that the American people will not let their own public officer spend even $12 without accounting for it. That's why he had to rush back down. He acted like it was the end of the world if we misplaced that receipt. Why? He has to put it on record that our group invited him, he came, and this is what he bought for us when he came. But in Nigeria, if your senator does that, I assure you he's losing the election. If he keeps that that high standard of accountability. So do we blame the politicians now, or do we blame the people? That's the question.
Okay, but what's the way out? What's the way out?
Well, the way out is for us.
Go on, and then Ajale Koko comes after you. Go on, yeah.
Well, I'll round it up really quick. So Ajale Koko comes.
No, because we all identify what you have said, but what you have now said is a situation that involves well in excess of 150 million people. So what then is the way out? Because like you said, and you are right, everybody goes to the Mr. Senator. Imagine if your uncle was a minister, you will leave America and move in with him and say, uncle, remember when you used to kick football, even when he never kicked the ball in his life. So what's the way out?
Well, the way out is we just need to have a brand new orientation. And it has to start from the family unit. If we miss that step, I don't think we can get it right. From the family unit, we need to bring back the values. As you were saying earlier, before, you cannot be corrupt. When you're corrupt, it's just a shame on your family name, the stigma and all that. But today, there's no shame. As long as the Pepe rests, as we say, there's no shame right now.
There are
so
families.
It needs to start from that family unit. And
sorry, Black League, do you know there are families actively, mothers and fathers actively supporting their sons in the Yahoo business and proudly telling their neighbors that yes.
I'm aware, and that's solely the problem. So we need to fix that from the family unit, and an extension, our spiritual organization, our imams, our pastors need to do a lot better because we're very religious people at the same time. So I think even at that level, it is being condoned. When the society knows this man is a criminal, you see him at the mosque at the very front, right behind the imam. The same in church. You know this man is corrupt. Sometimes even a court has pronounced him as corrupt and guilty of the charges. But yeah, when they're in church, they go right there close to the pulpit. So, I mean, these behaviors are being praised and being almost idolized at this point. And our young people don't see we don't have patience anymore because this has gone too long. Now we don't even believe in honest work to get money. A 15-year-old will tell you, I want hammer, myself na jagaban for my area. So I have to make it. There's no in between where you actually work and then you make it. Everyone wants to do it immediately. And I was saying it to some people on this platform the other day. Even if you've resolved to become a thief, it takes some work. You don't just become success story, even in the theft world overnight. It takes hard work. With anything you want to do, you have to dedicate yourself to it, and things don't just spring up overnight. But that notion has been erased in Nigeria, and that's the problem. And the solution, we all have to get back to our family.
All right, back to basics. So, Ajan Lekoko, you wanted to come in? Oh, you had the floor anyway. So, Ajan Lekoko to you.
To Black League. You see, the problem we have in Nigeria today, the problem of the high level of the moral decadence that has,
permeated society.
Taking over that society is caused by the politician, our leaders. You see, when you have leaders that are not transparent in their conduct, running of their offices, they don't solve problems, they are corrupt, and they introduce corruption and legalize it in the society. And all forms of illegality, they make it legalized. It is going to become the order of that society. And that is what we are going through.
Hold on, Charles. Yeah.
In the Second Republic, during the time of Awolowo and the rest, they don't bribe anybody. They don't give you money when you come to them. I know some friend of my father that were in political offices. They don't. But people visit them. Do you know what they visit them for? They visit them to bring to their awareness problems that are going on in their area and how they can use their governmental position, the goodness of their office to solve those problems and not to come and beg for money.
Do you think those days are gone for good, Ajan Lekoko? Do you think those days are gone?
Hold on, one man. Let me drive to what I'm driving somewhere. They don't give you money to vote. They don't give you money when they come to them. They don't give nobody money. Actually, it is the people that even contribute money for them. They raise money just the way we are doing in United States and Great Britain, where the people, members of their party, contribute money, for the running of the party and sponsor the candidate for elected position. That is the way it used to be. So, but how did we get to where we are today? It was when Babangida came with his own corrupt political system. They now introduce bribery and corruption into our political party system, our political life. And then, since then, it continued to degenerated to where we are today. So what I'm trying to point out here is that it depends on the leadership. When you have people that are not men, people that bribe their way to get to power, they bribe their way to get to power. What do you expect them to do? They're not going to serve you, because right from the time that you join the party, you show your intention to contest for elective position, you have to start spending money. And the form that you are going to purchase to show your intention for political office is millions of naira. and you got to pay it by yourself. And the moment you pick a form, you start spending money to organize people, it's from your own pocket. So, and you bribe your way, you spend your money to organize, to do this, to do that. That is a corrupt political process, political system. So you cannot have a corrupt political system, a corrupt political process, a corrupt electioneering process, and you are expecting to have good governance. It's never going to happen. It's never going to happen until we go back to the system that we used to do. And that is why I'm recommending to you people, vote against these people, vote for smaller party. Let's take out when you have smaller party of our own that will not bribe you to come and vote. Party of our own that we, the people, have to contribute for whoever that is going to serve us. When it doesn't spend its own money, it's we, the people, that are sending. I bet you, when he gets to that position of power, he'll be responsible to the people because he knows that those people have the power to take him out of the office. But right now, what we have, they spend their money through, they bribe their way through to get to office. Some, they will lose the election, they will go to court, they will bribe the judge, they will do everything, and you're expecting good governance. You're not going to get good governance. And that is the way it is all over the federation. And you're expecting good governance. You are not going to have it. And this is what this two-party gave us. Corrupt political process, corrupt political party. So, I mean, two parties, like I told you, two parties cannot represent the interest of over 200 million people. And
that is what obtains in most democracy. It's usually a two major party system. That's usually...
Hold on, one man.
Yeah.
This is what they will tell you to manipulate you.
No,
so
this is what
continue.
we know. No, don't say that. Hold on. This is what we know for fact now.
Hold on, one man. I'm going to tell you.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you this. That
how many major parties do you have in America?
Okay, let me tell you. The peculiarity in America is different from ours. America does not have over 4,000 ethnic nationalities. They don't have it. We have it. The way I think.
A democracy does not need more than two parties. It doesn't.
It does.
No, it does not.
I'm telling you, you still don't want to listen. I'm telling you that we have over 4,000 ethnic nationalities.
Yeah, but we can't ethnicize politics.
No, don't tell. That is what they said to you. To bamboozle you, I think that is not going to bring.
Are you talking about tribal politics? Is this
it is not right? Are we not tribal people? It's my own interest.
It's my own people.
We are not. I'm not. Come on, Nigerian name is first on you. Your original.
Yes, that's the narrative. No, that's the narrative of 80% of the world.
No, it is. Look, if we don't try to live as where we are, and you want to copy the West, the way they do their own things, you can't achieve any good result. You can't have no headway. You cannot succeed if you don't improve or you don't better the way you are.
What is your understanding of a two-party system?
Two-party system, they will tell you it is either the right or the left. Conservative or did they call it conservative or progressive or what did they call it?
Liberal.
Yeah, or labor as we call it here. Yeah. So
Okay. So does it mean that
is that not the sociological divide of the human race?
That is
instinctually.
Okay, fine. That is what the West.
No, I'm not talking about the West. I'm asking you what you think.
Well,
is that not the sociological divide of the human being, the human person? That you are either left of center or right of center, just
okay,
instinctually.
yeah. If we, I will agree with that partially, but not in totality.
Okay.
You understand what I'm saying? Not in totality. I will agree partially, but not in totality. But what I'm trying to say is that our situation as African people, as Nigeria is a country.
We're not outside of the human experience as Africans. We are not outside of the human experience. We still think broadly and feel broadly along the entirety of other beings.
Yes, we are not outside, but what I'm telling you that what is peculiar to us as that entity called Nigeria is different from what is peculiar to United States and America. The complexity of our own society is different from theirs. Our own society is an ethnic society. 4,000. How do you take care of the interest of that 4,000? But they give you these two parties that are corrupt.
Are we then to have 4,000 parties?
No, not 4,000. Not 4,000 parties. But what I'm saying here.
Oh, okay. Let's go with 300 major ethnic groupings in Nigeria. I think that's a good figure, and I think we have sufficient enough to have 300 ethnic groupings within Nigeria. So, in politics, are you then saying for representation they all have to coalesce behind one narrative of their ethnicity to then politic to the central space?
What I'm telling you is that we have thousands of minority tribes in Nigeria that have no voice. Their voices are not heard in those two parties. Their interests are trampled upon and they cannot speak. No matter how they want to speak, when it comes to election, their interests will be crushed by the majority, by the vote of the majority.
Okay,
so
then why
what
don't
happened?
they just partner up with another person instead of being crushed all the time?
Yeah, no, because I want to paint a picture, but I let Ajanle Koko paint his picture first.
Why this loser mentality all the time? If we don't do it ourselves, we lose, or why can't they just work together? What is the problem in working together?
Sorry, to that space that Ajanle Koko was speaking to, that to ethnicize or to ethnicize or to more just neutral language to accommodate for the peculiarities of Nigeria, which is a multi-dynamic ethnic space, just so many ethnicities that's so sharply different in culture and inclination that they cannot come under one umbrella. I think essentially that is what Ajanle Koko is saying. And those ethnic hubs that we have in Nigeria, they have to have representation by virtue of their own political movement, and then they will then form a coalition of like minds to then politic to the Nigerian space. So I understand that, but what I am saying is that the ideological thrust of the human person either leans, they say somebody is wicked and somebody is kind. You cannot be wicked and kind. You don't find a person that is wicked and kind. So is either fundamentally a wicked person or fundamentally a kind person. A kind person can do a wicked thing that sits outside their instinctual being, and a wicked person can do a kind thing that sits outside their instinctual being. But it's essentially in thought and worldview, people follow two different paradigms, either left of center or right of center. So within that left of center, you still have that subsect that still caters for your peculiarities, but instinctually you fall within that space. And that really is the two political strands that people essentially follow. So whatever your ethnicity is, you find your home within a major party that is aligned more to your broad view, and then you battle for your pecuniary interest within that space. So you're a subsect within a greater thing. So how many parties do we have?
Let me say.
Hold on, Charles.
Is Charles going to say something?
Yeah, Charles. Okay, Charles, quickly though, but don't go to. That is why we must break up. Yeah, go on.
I agree with Janko that minority tribe Nigeria or not.
We can barely hear you. Speak up.
I agree that minority tribe don't get fair in Nigeria. And Janko is right about that.
Yeah. Okay. Minority tribes don't get a fair shake, is what Charles was saying, agreeing with Ajanle Koko. But Ajanle Koko, you wanted to expand on your thoughts.
So what I'm saying here is that the time that we have the best governance in that country was in the First Republic and before the First Republic. When the Action Group defeated the NCNC in 1952 election, it wasn't Action Group alone that we have in Yoruba land. We have Ibadan's People's Party. We have Ondo's League. We have some other party, minority, that represented the party, represented their own people. But what happened? They formed alliance with Action Group against MCMC and formed a coalition government. They joined with Action Group because they saw Action Group as a party that, you know, they share the same ideology with. That is what we need in Nigeria. The same thing in the north, in Kwara State. There was a small political party in the then Kwara State in the northern Nigeria that was working with Action Group as well, because the interest of their people. Kwara State was under the north, but we have Yoruba people there that wanted to align with the West. They don't like the way that Northern People Congress, or what do they call Tafa Balewa Party, I think Northern People's Congress, or what was the name of their party? That one, they don't like to be governed by them. So look, these two political parties cannot represent the interests of the people of that country. It cannot it cannot take care of the interests of everybody. So you see a big party where you will see the majority in the party, either locally or nationwide. We have say all the time. Why do we have this controversy among ourselves in Nigeria that, oh, the Northerner have more votes than us? Hey, this side we have more votes than them. Why? Because we are grouped up in one party, as if the bigger party can represent the interests of everybody. And the bigger party, to me, I think is a fraud, and it cannot represent the interests of every Nigerian well. In the Second Republic, we have MPN, we have GMPP from the north, we have PRP, and down south here we have National Advance Party, the NAP party. You see, each party represents the interests of their people.
But
and they can form allowance. And they can form alliance. An alliance come with agreement between them, how we're going to run. And when the party they support or they form alliance free and form government, if they are derailing in what they agree on, they can pull back. We have seen it happen around the world. and the government will break, and they have to go to new election. We've seen it practiced in Britain. I mean, sorry, in what do you call it? In Israel, several times, like last year or last 2 years, they conducted election like 5 times in 2 years, or 5 times in 2 years. They form alliance, they disagree, they pull back, another election, they have to go for another round of election. That is the way it's supposed to be.
No, it is not.
We must not be forced into these two parties. They cannot represent us well, and they cannot deliver for the people of Nigeria.
I have a question.
What's your question?
These minor tribes that we have, all they need is...
Don't call them minority. They are not minor now.
Okay, but they are not a major tribe. But so I call them minor tribe.
Yeah.
So they don't need to govern a whole state. Probably the area they need are local governments to head those areas. And I believe Nigeria already has a lot of parties. It's not just a two-party system. There are a lot of parties there. So why don't these minor tribes put somebody in one of these other parties and then vote for the person? They don't need to go for the full country, but they can be voting for their local government chairman at least. Why do they not do this?
Can I tell you this?
Okay.
I told you earlier that our political system is fraud. Our political structure is fraud. The political party structure is fraud. The political electioneering process is fraud. So you know that to form a political party, the criteria is that you must open offices around the state of the federation. Why must it be?
No, that's not the criteria. To open a party, you need to have... I'm telling you now, to open a party, you need to go to Abuja and open an office in Abuja, because you have to have a space where you are doing you are conducting. You need an office address where you can conduct your processes, at least so that they can be emailing things there. You don't have to open it in the whole state. But that's not the question I asked you. I asked you about their own local government. There is
do you know the criteria? Do you know the criteria? Hold on.
There are other parties.
Hold on. I have heard you.
For local. Okay. So
I have heard you
about forming a new party.
What? Okay. What are you saying? You say they can.
There are more than 2 parties currently in Nigeria. There are a lot. Why can't these minority tribes put someone there in all these parties and contest for their local government area, which is what matters to them, which is their own territory, because their own territory.
Can I tell you this? Okay. Even if they do that, do you know that local government does not have that power to operate on their own without the interference of the governor? Do you know that all the local government...
This is where I disagree with you. They have power. They have power to bring their people's problems onto the table and fight for them for years.
What are you talking about?
Wait. They are going to be there for 4 years. They can stay there.
What are you talking about?
Wait.
Do you know that the local government chairman can be fired by the state governor? Don't you know that?
I don't know.
That is the process. That is the fraudulent process that I am talking about. You can't look. Local government they can't operate on their own without the interference of the governor. They can't even get their own allocation directly. They have to get it through the governor. If the governor wants to stop the local government to death, it's easy.
I just went on YouTube and they said government cannot sack an elected local government chairman.
Ajale
Koko is right.
Ajale Koko is
I
right.
just proved him wrong now.
Are you reading from
Sorry,
YouTube? Are you reading from YouTube?
Solely,
Solely,
Ajale Koko
really?
is right.
No. And what I'm
Solely
saying is fact.
waiting.
You can't
Ajale Koko is right.
He doesn't know what is in practicality in Nigeria.
Solely, are you a Nigerian or Cameroonian?
Solely, Ajale Koko is right. Let me see, Ajale Koko is right. In fact, it is the duty of the governor to conduct election, to organize that, to organize that election through the state INEC, to organize that local government this thing. And this governor, they've refused several times to even conduct local government election. Instead, they will appoint caretaker. So they find way around the constitution, and those are the illegality we are talking in the country. That when we are saying, I was listening to Black League and Thomas saying there's nothing wrong with the constitution, I just laugh. See, you can use constitution to tame the worst of the thieves. That's a process. You can use process to make sure you restrict them.
What in the constitution are they using to change this?
Because that's the reality on ground. What Ajale Koko is telling you is right. We are telling you what Ajale Koko is telling you is right.
How?
It has happened in that Nigeria
I didn't say the constitution needed to be fixed. Maybe it was Thomas.
Okay, maybe Thomas. I think you were agreeing with Thomas. So what Ajale Koko is telling you is perfectly right. All these governors, they can fire the local government. They will fire that in through the state INEC. It's a fact.
That's a fact. I agree with what you're saying. Matter of fact, some governors just appoint caretaker chairman and no election.
Exactly. So some governors never conducted election for more than 4 years, and they spent the whole time they didn't do anything. So it's a fact. It's not something that someone is trying to conjecture. It happened.
Then that means they are defeated.
That is when people are talking of new constitution, they know exactly what they are talking about.
So we should be able to form our party without having head office in Abuja. Abuja shouldn't be Abuja should not be having office in Nigeria. What does it got to do with the people in Niger Delta, or that man in Igbo land, or me in Yoruba? What's it got to do with it? Why must I have office in Abuja?
Do you know how many presidential candidates we have last election?
Yeah, I know there are.
They are 98.
Yes.
That means they are representing some tribes. There are 98 presidential candidates in the last election.
No,
is that not ridiculous? Is that not ridiculous to you?
Wait, let me tell you. We are practicing democracy. People that want to contest, as long as the party is registered, should be able to contest for the position. It doesn't matter whether they win. It's just Nigerian. Some people just want to come out just so they know they cannot win. They know they cannot even win one word, but they just want to show off that we participated. So,
but let me say this. That is what one man is saying that why can't we condense all this party to 2 parties? Let me finish. I will let you finish. The last election, they read the result for almost 3 days because we have 98 candidates.
Because Nigerian, you don't have electronics transmission of results. That's why you have to be reading the election.
Thomas, try to understand what Ajale Koko is saying. Even in America, you see, and many countries you see, they are not traditionally 2-party system.
But they don't have 98. They don't have 98.
Wait now. It is over time they emerge to that 2-party system. In Canada, we talk here, for example, there are parties there that I don't even know until the time of elections. You know, it is over time they manage to converge. So they now form alliance. So that, but most of them, they've captured their regions over time. So if over time, if we have several parties that fragmented, you know, that they capture their locality, they can now form some kind of strategic alliance to become larger. So look at how even APC, for example, emerge. You know how many parties that form APC alone. So that's what we are talking about. So if you are using all those two GPT parties for now, Nigeria is moving nowhere. Imagine if APC had not merged with ANPP and what did it ACP, all those things. There won't be APC in Nigeria today. Our PDP will still be leading, will still be taking control at the center. The same way, you can have so many parties that will evolve from the local government, from the state, and they can converge. See Labour Party, for example. They were in Ondo State before. You understand? Look at ABGA. They are in part of the east. Look at even Labour Party was sometimes ago was in Edo State. If you can have so many of those people now, if they can converge together at a particular time, that's what INEC will say. So reduce the problem. So our democracy is still young. We can get that maybe in 20 years, 25 years, all those stuff. We don't know. But at least let's start something. That's what you're saying.
All right. I'm not sure. I think that's more idealism than an idea. You know, it's more, you know, it's an utopian world. Yeah.
One man, I have just told you that the best time we have parties, political party in Nigeria
that was days of you now. That was back in the day now. That was look at how long ago you are going.
Hold on, one man. We did it in Second Republic as well. It's not far. It's not far away. 30 years ago, it's not far away. It's not there. It's not too far. I mean, we had how many parties there? All those parties work well for the interests of their people in those states that they were voted for. If not for Unity Party of Nigeria that governed Yoruba land, maybe some of us will not be educated. Some of us might not be educated. Cost of education was not cheap then. It wasn't. It wasn't. It was free education that Awolowo introduced in the Second Republic that allow a lot of us to go to school. We had many people that wouldn't have they cannot afford to pay for the school fees of their children. Some had like 3 children to go to what do you call it? Secondary school. Do you think it's easy to pay? It wasn't easy back then. Some family, they will send one if they have maybe 3 children or something like that. They will say, okay, maybe 2 can go and learn some kind of thing, tailor of mechanic, and this one that is it look brighter educationally among them, let's send this one. So, but you see the party that understood the problem of their people, and they were elected into position of power, and they solved the problem of their people. That is the way it will work. Not like these 2 parties. These 2 parties are jamboree's party that were created for some people to milk your resources, to steal your resources, and not to solve problems of the people. Niger Delta problem, cannot be solved by any one of these two parties. They cannot be solved. It's the party that represent the Niger Delta. If they have a job party, if a job party wins election in those areas as an job party, before they align with any party in Nigeria for presidency, they will have a concrete agreement with that party that, okay, this is the problem we are solving here. If we have to support you for presidency, this is what we are going to, this is what you are going to do for us. And
right.
they will work together. They will work together in parliament. If the president fails, they will pull back.
Can I come in, sir?
Oh yeah, hold on. I want a different perspective from Celibis, but before we go to Celibis, let me acknowledge. Sorry, Rational Mind. Just yeah, that's it. Oh, who's that? There's a heavy echo back. Okay, I want a different perspective from Celibis, but before I go to Celibis, let's take a perspective from Alexander Gomez, who usually chats to us via Super Chat. So Alexander Super Chats to say, the mindset of most Nigerians is warped, unfortunately, and an absolute lack of patriotism is the bane of the average Nigerian. So that really speaks to the heart of it. And it's just that language again. Alexander Gomez puts it elegantly via that super chat, but I often put it in my own crude way that every Nigerian is a crook. And I've not really heard anything to the contrary, but the silky tones that is Celibis. Sally, your perspective now on the sort of politics that is best suited for Nigeria. We're discussing the suitability of the two-party state system or not, but set aside APC and PDP as the example, but just as a template, is Nigeria suited more to a two-party system, which is what obtains globally, or do we need a new a mix of politics that acknowledges the ethnicity, as Ajanle Koko is describing? Celibis.
Yeah, hello. Can you hear me? Okay, so basically I'm going to put that back to a title, which is the movement of transition. I don't know how many of you are old enough to watch. I think it was Wale Soyinka that actually wrote that play. And so Nigeria has been on this transiting business for a very long time, and we've never really, there was a time, perhaps during some part of Gowon's regime, when it kind of felt like we were settled. And so those of us that were kids and youngsters, we were able to like go through normal education and basically do what we needed to do to just keep moving forward. But now we are basically in a very bad situation, which is basically on the precipice. And if we do not do anything, the way I'm seeing it, Nigeria is going to go to the oblivion. So we need to change our paradigms, and we also need to react to the forces of change, and so I think the onus is upon us, first of all, as good citizens of the world, regardless whether we are Biafra or Nigeria or whatever we assume that we are, to begin to look towards basically some kind of salvage, because then we have to just assumingly have or presumably have actually elected to lead us. But what they're trying to do, they're just like rulers. They're not looking into the constitution. That was a lot of that was mentioned. They don't even care about the rule of law. They just come and they just basically execute things ad hocly or in an ad hoc manner as they wish, and to please their interest. So we cannot continue to go like that and think that if perhaps a nice guy, I would say like Goodluck Jonathan gets in there is going to make any difference, or if a Jagbadan, what do you call it?
You were doing so well. You were doing so well, Celis, until you went home, girl. When did Goodluck
No,
Jonathan
no, no. I'm
become?
saying,
Because it's from the
charity
Greeks,
starts at
Abi.
home.
Look at that.
No,
Never,
charity
it will
begins at
never
home.
change.
This is
Look
my
at
own
this.
guy. I'm saying
I
that
knew
it's
it
not going to
now.
make any difference.
Son
I
of
mean,
the soil,
I'm
Abi.
saying that
Good.
regardless, I know he's a gentleman, but it's not going to make any difference if we carry on with the same structures that that still existing. There's no way that anything is going to change. I mean, these agitations and violence and all the kidnappings and things that are going on will just continue. In fact, it'll be very messy for anyone to actually put their finger on the governance of that, leadership of that country if we do not come back and take that time to sit down and basically come up with resolutions. I mean, we've been talking about all the issues and they're getting worse and worse. What is the resolution? Should
Well,
the people
I don't think
take power?
I don't think the solutions are just too out there. I think the solutions are actually already on the table. It's the political will to act to those solutions is where the problem is.
Okay,
Because
so what is the solution that is on the
okay,
table?
for the insecurity, there's already just a universal acceptance that policing must be localized and must be adequately equipped to function. So we already know that, but there's no political will to localize policing. So they rather that the insecurity continue to ratchet up than have people have their own policing system. So the ethnic play that is always the Nigerian Achilles heel in play there. So the corruption space, we already know we need stronger institutions and stronger policy positions. But the people that are going to institute those strong institutions and policy positions are the ones benefiting the most from corruption. So they are not going to turn off the tap on a free flow. So there's no. It's just political will. We the
So,
solutions to yeah.
yeah. So can you actually see the connection between the all the crimes and all that has been going on that you said basically policing should be local? Can you see the relationship between that and the corruption itself? Can you connect the two?
No,
Even the
not for the.
moral decadence in the society. Can you see the connection with all that with corruption?
I can connect the insecurity with the moral decadence, but I cannot connect it with corruption. I think the insecurity is ethnic based and ethnic distrust and ethnic power play. That is what underpins the insecurity in Nigeria. Because it's the geographical space that we've had for hundreds of years. So nobody knows that space better. And if you localize policing, then that will just go a very long way to addressing that. So I think that is more ethnic
Fine,
distrust.
fine,
Yeah.
but then yes,
But the
that's a very
moral
good strategy.
decadence, of course, underpins the criminality. Yes.
I mean, the whole idea of localizing policing is only because it's like the circles of who you know. Because if, for instance, even where I live here, I'll be very careful about even what I wear or whatever, because I know everyone knows me around the city. You go to the bus stop and so on. So that is important in policing. However, what are the causes of the crimes that we need to police for in the first instance? Because we're not just going to just flood the whole place with all the youngsters turning into police, and we're going to have to find a way to pay them anyway. Why do we need so much policing? Are we ever looking at that at all? What is the cause?
We don't actually need so much policing, though. We are grossly under policed.
Yes, I've got something to say. I've got something to say, one man, please, sir.
Okay, carry on, Tony. Yeah, let's hear
Yes,
from you.
what Sally B say is that in other words, is social security. That is the main security of every human being. Only the black people don't understand that. Black people think that you go bring panzers and then machine guns and start to kill people. That's not the only way you can control it is to provide employment opportunities, make the environment conducive, so that we can have people like Ibru, like Abiola, like Arishekola, like I mean, they will, like Igbenedion, they will build companies. They build different type of Coca-Cola factory. People will be small boys will go there to pick some bottles and make something, and then our family should want to go to the farm without being killed, so that they can able to plant rice or
All
yam
right.
or whatever to pay for their school fees.
All right.
That's social security. Then the government have to set up. There should be a very good administration. Set up the uh, social system. Who is not working? Who is working? Whether
All
you're a
right.
student, you pay as you
All
earn.
right. I think we get the gist. Thank you,
Yes,
Tony.
that's what we're saying.
Okay.
So that is the security.
All right. So there are two stages, Tony. There's the heavy lifting, which is a real big piece of work, and then there is the low hanging fruit, which is something that you can just reach and grab. So the low hanging fruit is the localizing of the policing, the addressing the underutilization of the youthful population and giving them purpose. That is a heavy lift. That is a very heavy lift.
Okay.
And that is something that almost every country is contending with. So that's a
Yes.
heavy lift. And that is really where the problem is. It has
One
to be
man, we're
tackled.
having an
No,
issue
hold on, hold
hearing
on.
you. There's
Hold
an
on,
echo.
hold on,
One
hold on,
man, there's
hold on,
an
please.
echo. There's
Very,
an echo
very
somewhere.
briefly, very briefly, please. So, one man,
Okay.
in Germany,
Well,
That
no, hold on,
echo
hold
is
on.
coming from
Hold on.
Tony.
In Germany, people that commit offense, they go and work. They put them to, service. You don't go to jail. Then they will say, okay, you do service work. They do, you do that also. Then they can pick this kind of people that are committing problem in Nigeria, send them to the roadside.
sorry.
Let them clean gutters. Let them hold on. Let them clean gutters. Let
All right.
them, let them participate in the.
All right.
They make prisoners do that
Tony,
anyway.
I
But
just want to say
let's hear
one
from
thing.
Celis. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Before you, gentlemen, please, before you guys, interjected, there was something I was going to say.
Sorry,
And what I was
Sally,
going to
carry on.
say is that as long as we can see that country belongs to us as a people, like me, myself, Sally Bees, I see that country that belongs to me, and whatever is going on there, whether I accept that I like that country or not, or even I prefer Biafra, or I prefer Odu or whatever, then I have a right. We've got a right, and until we as a people begin to articulate our rights in a way as to note that, because mind you, we're talking about 2023, which is really coming, is coming, beginning to come to play. And we can't even see any candidate that we really want to support. So what is going to happen in the end is that, as predicted, someone is just going to, arrive there, and we're all just going to follow, and we're not going to say anything. We're going to keep complaining. What is going to be the solution for the people to take that power? And let me just distinguish this, because I know that the South have been crying a lot about this governance. Is it not really crying about this governance? Probably not. So I would not want to carry anyone
Hold on,
that's going to be a burden. I won't want to carry anyone along who's going to be a burden. I'm only going to carry someone when it's time to swim, when it's time to run, when it's time to move, we move. I won't want to carry anyone who does not want to come along. So I think it's really time for the South, which complains the most, to begin to galvanize and see how they can actually make this a movement of the people. And it's not about protest, it's not about anything. If we're focusing on that 2023, and we even still want to put some success to it, we have to decide, and we have to follow through what our decisions are, and whatever the outcome is.
What decisions are we looking to make? What are we deciding on?
What we have to do, we have to find a way to reach out to the masses. We cannot continue to come and talk here on our levels. Members of the,
under what banner? Under what banner? What narrative are we presenting to the masses?
If I'm saying that something like End SARS could actually take the day, if we all in diaspora decide with a hashtag and say we don't necessarily have to support anyone, but like Angelica Coco said earlier on, we can still have a kind of college of of voters who want a change without even going to no street or whatever, but we just have to see how we can plan that and how we can execute it.
No, he was talking about a collage of parties, not voters. So, but
yeah, but this time I'm talking about voters.
Where I was trying to lead you to, Celibes, is for you to land on something that's a real point. You know, because what you're saying so far, I agree with all of that. That we should take a narrative to the people and to change the paradigm. But what narrative are we taking to the people? You know, we have to perfect a plan in order to be able to sell it to them.
Yeah, so the narrative is basically how your introduction, that these are all the things that have been going on, you know, the corruption and all that, rather than us wasting our time. And I stole this from what's his name again? Is it Shola, Professor Shola? Duro Timmy or something.
Duro Timmy,
your friend,
yeah.
isn't it? You brought him to this program one time ago. I've been following him since I was doing my dissertation project. So you know what he was coming up with was like, okay, but he was just like making an appeal. But you see, like me coming from strategic kind of school, you don't just say, okay, this is what we're going to do. We're going to go into nitty-gritty. We're going to go to step framework plan, and this is what we're going to do. And so now we're going to carry Nigerians along. But though I don't want to waste my time, I wouldn't want to. I mean, I will basically prescribe that we don't waste our time with people who do not want to come along or who are still saying Sai Baba or Sai whatever. This country has to be.
Are you advocating a division? Are you advocating a division?
Not necessarily, but if we show strength in our masses, like they are showing strength in their masses, then we'll be able to come to some kind of, you know, agreement, whether we want to stay or want to go. There will be a discussion. Because if we keep thinking that Ohaneze or Afenifere or you know, any of these people will be going there and then they'll go and have their discussions, these old men, they're not going to come up with nothing. Because all of them, you know, they're not like daddies, granddaddies, great-granddaddies.
Yes, so but those organizations that you described, do you think they can coalesce under one narrative? Do you think the Ohanezes and the Afeniferes and the Pandefs, because I know they are trying to pretend as though they have one uniformity, but when it comes to the nitty-gritty of it, do you think they can coalesce under one narrative?
I've been through all of these organizations. I worked with them one way or the other, directly or indirectly. I read their books, I read their whatever. The thing is that what obtains now, the decadence is not just about the youngsters or the young people or the youth or the whatever. Averagely, basically, who is actually what will I call it, raining this decadence on the people? Is the people up there. So we cannot continue to be talking about them. Basically, their chapter should be closed, and we should begin to open some new chapters and new.
Fela Kuti Abi, movement of the people. Is this where we are going?
No, he's saying movement of the people. But me, I'm saying
Exodus.
Each and every one of us should represent. Each and every one of us should represent the Moses to move the people. My only problem is I don't want to move with people who if I will not like to move with somebody who will not run, because when we're running, the person who is going to be sliding back is going to make us go back, and then we're going to get killed. So we need to really strengthen ourselves, you know, the South. We need to, you know, come up with some kind of solutions on how those of us who can actually reach out to people, those of us who can, there are many ways we can reach out to the masses, you know, even in the villages and all of it. There are so many ways can reach out to them and get them on the side of the positive solutions for Nigeria.
I think Ajan Lekoko wanted to put a position to you. Ajan Lekoko, you wanted to put a position to Celibes.
Not a real position, but she was saying that, who do we see among these people now? The presidential appearance that we can support. We don't. That none of them look like anybody that we can support. And I was trying to let her know. Why is this thing echoing? So I was trying to let you know that, do you know why we couldn't see any one of them that we can give our support to, or anyone we can trust? Is because we have a fraudulent political party system in our country. But if you, as a South person or an Ijaw person, if you have your own political party representing the interests of Ijaw people, you have your own political ideology different from mine that in Yoruba, it could be similar. Then when it comes to presidency, if you cannot win, your party cannot win presidency, you have to look for another party that you can align with. And that is the way it should work. And when you have your own political party of Ijaw people, they will serve you well, because that is the party that your people, only your people that in that party, if those party doesn't work well, another party will spring up there that will torpedo them and work well for your people. But when you have this big party that lumps everything together from south and north together, and you see them fighting among each other, you can't see, we can't have a political progress. They are not designed, or they are not formed to work for the people, but for some group of people, and we know them, and we see the way, what they have turned to. They have turned to billionaires. And what are we turned to? We are getting poorer every day. So two political parties for that country, as I said earlier, 200 million people with over 4,000 ethnic nationality, it's not possible. They can't represent the interests of and they cannot take care of the interests of everybody. The minority of minority, or some people, will be crushed. You see what is happening in the game now, in the presidential game. Look at PDP, for example. They're trying to crush the interests of the Eastern people. Why are the Easterners asking that, oh, it's our turn? It's because you see everybody put together in a corrupt political party and saying that power to shift from this to that, power to shift from that to this. But if you have your own party, you can form alliance with another party for the presidency. And that president knows why he got there. And in the Congress, you are working together there as well. If they mess up, you can join the opposition party and kick them out of government and pass a vote of no confidence or impeach the president. But look at what you see now. Can APC impeach Buhari? Even though that they are seeing Buhari destroying that country today, they cannot stand up.
But there are 18 political parties in Nigeria.
Can you let me finish my thought, please? Can you see them? Can you see any one of them standing up against Buhari? Look at the way they rubber stamp every day on the loan that Nigeria gets. Even though we are not, we don't look, I mean, we don't have the resources. We don't have the capacity to pay those loans. They continue to borrow loan. This is what this party will do for you. It will crush your country. But if we have a party standing here, who is
no, it's Celibi's, but let her respond, because I think she gets the gist of what you're saying. So let her, Celibi, respond. Celibi. Oh, Salibi, you were the one echoing just now. All right. I think the Gremlins. I think you've defeated Celebi with logic. Celebi, you surrender, Abi. Look at that. Solid, did you? Yeah, go on.
Yes, but me, I was saying
I'm not
that you are
surrendering.
eating.
I agree with the point that he made, but all I'm trying to say, that is one strategy which will be very difficult to kind of like piece together.
It's
and the reason
almost
why
it's almost
difficult to
fairy
piece-
tale stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, the reason why it's going to be difficult to piece together, he's talking about ethnicities and how many ethnicities do we have in Nigeria? They said it's about 300 and something. Even the Ijaw,
We have over 4,000.
okay, let's
Over
just say
4,000.
so. All of these ethnicities are going to, and how are we going to now regroup? You know how chaotic we are and how unstructural we are.
It's going to be just
You're not
a
going to be able
mess.
to create.
I'm not saying, hold on. I'm
Let
not
me make a
saying that
point,
we
sir.
should
In
have, hold on.
operations,
I'm not saying we do have 4,000 political parties. That's not what I'm saying. But what I'm
Hold
saying
on,
is
but
that
it's based on
we should
ethnicity.
have more than 2 viable political parties in that country.
Put a number on your idea, Ajanle Koko. Put a number on it.
Already, we
At
have
least-
more than 2. I mean, so
No, are they relevant?
They might not be relevant. So how are you going to make them? You're just not going to wake up from bed and see them relevant.
And also, Ajanle Koko,
you seem not getting it. Second Republic. How many political parties do you have?
Let's not go to the Second Republic again, Ajanle Koko. Let's not go to the Second Republic again.
That was the best time we had government in Nigeria.
Hold on, Ajanle Koko. The space is open for this idea that you have. So there's nothing preventing it from happening except they want for it. So if they want to do that, they can do that. All they have to do is to go to their local INEC office and pick up a form and fill it out.
But the system is not okay. The system, no institutions.
What are you talking about, Tony?
No, yeah. I mean that
structure will not allow it to happen. So
yeah, thank you. So there's no structure on ground like we have in the Western countries.
All right, one at a time.
Let Salibi finish our own position, then I will speak after Salibi.
One sentence. Just one little sentence or two, and I'll be done. Now, so for us to put these parties together by ethnicities is going to be really difficult. And I remember that I made my statement that anyone who is still willing to continue in poverty or probably doesn't know should not be taken along, right, like for now. And so the people who have been shouting the most, when I aggregate all of it, I find that it's the people in the South that have been coming up with all kinds of articulations about what is going on. That is not right. Now, can we see how we can, market into these minds, all those minds, and then bring them together, just, bring all of them together. And when you bring all those minds together, and then they can also bring equity, they can bring so many things together, and then the movement can actually start to make sure, and this particular, it doesn't have to even be a political party, it can just be a hashtag, but rather than going for end SARS, let's just say something like end SARS, where it's going to be a big movement, and that movement will hit everyone in that, and that movement also will be sponsored. Honestly, I'm not supposed to be coming out here to talk about it, but I just kind of like dreamt about it. So I said, let me just say this out if people think it is something that can move us forward. But I am saying, let's not include anything, too north, because they seem to be like, galvanizing with the same government that's bringing them to this precipice. So if people of like minds that can think within universities, within our whatever, our organizations and all of it, regardless, we can come in and say, okay, we're going to hold, this amount of votes. It doesn't even matter, because Nigerian election, you're supposed for you to be the winner, you need to have, I think, is it 2/3 of the total number of votes. So this is one place where we can actually go for the masses and make sure that we have every member, even those who don't have money, we can find a way to carry them along, somehow brace them along and let them be part of that particular movement. And that movement does not need to go to streets. It doesn't need to go to any street. All we need to do is make sure that people can go one way or the other online, or attend certain whatever, and that movement will just move. And you don't have to go out on the street to get shot, but everybody will be ready with their card, and so that they would have to now calm down to negotiate. So with that, once you get that movement together, I don't know. I mean, this is just thinking off the top of my head. But if one should put pen and paper, perhaps there'll be other things to add to make sure that everything is seamless. But the whole idea is to actually reach out the prism. Let's just say, I'm sure one man, you know what I'm talking about, is getting the prism from the base to the top, rather than getting the prism from the top. Because we keep talking about all these people. These are people that have ruined our lives. So let's begin to talk about the people that
it's a movement of the people concept that you're talking about, isn't it? Really, a movement of the people. Yeah,
adequately and efficiently engineered. There's nothing to do with this. There's going to be nothing to go to the street so that they get, they shoot you or anything. But it can be done.
All right, Celis, let's hear from Black League. I think he wants to share a thought.
Hello? Hear me?
Yeah, yes, we can. Carry on.
I hear a little echo. I don't.
Yeah, that's from Celis. Celis, mute yourself for a moment.
I'm muted.
No,
am I not?
Hold on.
Oh, hold on. Let me mute myself.
All right. So carry on now, Black League.
Yeah, I think what Ajanle Koko was trying to prescribe, that every how did he put it? Every ethnic nationality should have its own political party, and they should control their own space. I think I said something similar to that a couple weeks ago on here, when I was asked if I was president, what I would do. I think every ethnic nationality has the capacity to govern their space, and that would bring about positive competition to the benefit of all of us in that country. But for us to start having political parties that represent ethnic nationalities, we first have to restructure the government. The government currently is too top heavy, and when it's top heavy, when you have such small political parties, the best they can control is the awards. Before the awards, they control their districts, because district make up wards, and then after they control their wards, some may be able to control their local government. When we restructure, that would be really the strongest government out of the three major forms of government, federal, state, and local. Because local touches our day-to-day lives. Federal doesn't touch much of our day-to-day lives. Military, immigration, sports is not our day-to-day life. Our day-to-day lives is the road that would take me from one district to another. The president has no business on the road that takes me from one district, let's say in Ogbomosho, to another. The governor has no business with that. It is the job of the councillors, it's the job of the local government chairman to do all that, to provide water to those regions, to provide electricity. So once the country is restructured, then smaller parties can take governance at the level that governance matters the most to the people. Then the quote-unquote bigger political parties can take control in the federal. And that way would have a really dynamic type of government, and it would be able to keep excesses in check. But what we have right now is too top heavy. What Ajanle Koko is suggesting just cannot work right now. When you say we should have several political parties, then you might have extremist tendencies coming together. And if they are powerful enough, they might take over everything. I think that's the only advantage I can see to the two-party system. No matter how extremist you are, no matter how ethnically bigoted you are, you cannot have total control in the two top parties. you have to work and liaison and network with people from different backgrounds, from different regions outside of your region. That's the only benefit to it. Outside of that, once the country is structured, then I think Ajanli Koko's idea is very feasible.
All right, thank you. Let's hear from Enigmatic, who I think is quite keen to have a say in that space. Enigmatic, are you following the conversation, and do you have any thoughts to share? Enigmatic Hondi. You're always big on big ideas, so here's your chance to show off. Enigmatic. Look at that. All right, thank you. Can anyone hear me? Or am I?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Loud and clear.
All right, brilliant. So let's hear from Solly then, who was keen to interject at some point. So Solly, let's hear
Yes,
from you. If we don't have an enigmatic, then I have to remove him because I think people are trying to come in. But
because it's not like there are only two parties in Nigeria. I think there are about 18 parties so far. So why are we talking like it's only a two-party system? That's what I wanted to ask. Because there are other options also.
We are talking like that because only two parties can win presidential elections.
No, why do you say so?
But so far, when we go by antecedents and we go by spread, only two parties have the spread. That means only two parties have the capacity to win that election.
Yes, and the money.
What election are you talking about? Are you talking about
hold on,
governorship
Solly.
or presidential?
Sorry, and more to what Black League and Ajani Koko were saying, the structures for what you are saying is already in place. So there's no uptake. That's not down to anybody rather than either not the desire or the understanding. So that's down to them. So if you want to have all this ethnic-based politics, you can have it. All you have to do, you already just registered a functioning, fully fledged political party in 3-4 months. So the system facilitates for that. And to Black League's point that people should be allowed to manage their own locality. What happens already? Every state governor is indigenous to his own locality. So and then that cascades all to the local government system. So the system is there already. So I'm not quite sure, what
Oh,
is
one man, the system isn't there.
No, it is there. It is there.
Yes,
it might not be working in the way that you would rather it did, but it is there.
Exactly. No, exactly. Something that is not working is as good as not being there. If I go to your hometown in Oyo State, I'm sure the councillor, you might even have the same bloodline with the councillor and whoever administers the wards and the local government. But at the same time, they have no power. So there's no resources under their control. They have no capacity. Well, they have the capacity, but they are not just given the free will constitutionally. And you have overbearing governors that just don't let them have access to funds that is rightfully theirs. So they're pretty much strapped, and they become just beggars and as you say, Baba Sokbe over there. It's really
look at this
really
guy speaking Yoruba now. You know that you'll be fined if you speak Yoruba.
Why would that be?
Have you been fully blooded? Have you eaten amala before?
Ajani Koko has told you. Ajani Koko is telling you.
Short of the soil. Look at that. First we had beer in the morning. Now you speaking just Yoruba casually. Do you have a ticket? Where's your ticket? Where's your entry pass to speak Yoruba? Look at this guy.
My pass is stronger than your own. No?
Possible. Thank you. But a lot of these things, you see, Nigeria on paper is a country that should work because all of these things that everybody's describing, I already see the facilitation for them within the Nigerian structure, even under this bad constitution that we all agree is bad. The governor of every single state is an indigene of that state, and the country budgets for governance right to the very local level of the councillor, having a budget to impact directly on the people. So that on paper is a system that should work. So when you have the human input, that is when it starts to fall apart. And this idea of having just pecuniary narrow interest of our people having their ethnic base as a political movement, there is nothing, not a single thing that prevents that if they want to do it. So I don't really see what the problem is. You know, it's all there. But, you know, Nigerians, they are just yam heads, you know.
Yeah, but woman, please, sir. You know, don't say that these chances are there. The people doesn't want to do it. People are in their own homes right now and in their farms. Somebody is bringing their people from another part of the country to occupy your place. I mean, don't say that. Look, nobody can do anything. You know, in the south, like as I've been preaching.
That was in the conversation, by the way.
I know, but let the Southerners unite.
How is it your place? It's everybody's place. Everybody, it belongs to all.
Which
Nigerians.
place? Not the northern Nigeria is not my place.
Why only because you choose it not to be. I don't. If you want to go and live in Sokoto, I don't think anybody will stop you.
Yes.
I get that from my Sokoto trouser now. What are they going to do for Sokoto? Are they crazy?
Okay, but
Tony, you hit the onions from the north. You hit the tomatoes from the north.
And
no, we grow our own. We grow our own.
You know how much.
And you were complaining that you couldn't get their women. You were complaining you couldn't get their women. Tony.
Is
that the problem? Is that really the problem, Tony? Speak up.
No.
I don't agree about
that. 80% of what we are eating in Lagos is from the north.
I'm only angry that they come and take our women. I'm only angry that they come and take our women and then they change their name to Mariam. They change our Veronica's, our
conversation. This is not a pub.
Our Abike, then our Adesua, then they take it to the north and change their name to Mariam. That's what I don't want to know. So that's what I don't want to see. Okay.
But you know, those women that are being changed to Mariam, they want to see that they are not forcefully taken. They go of free will.
No, they didn't go on free will because they use hunger to hold them, to hold their family. So they are coming to our place, take our things, and then try to give them money. And then they corrupt them. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
I totally disagree with you, Mr. Tony.
You cannot disagree with me if you are Solly or Thomas. You cannot disagree with me on this platform. Because you are not Anna.
No,
are you looking at your screen?
That's Sally.
Are you looking at your screen?
That's offensive on so many levels. That's funny,
you know. Say that for you to become a Muslim, that if you're a Southern, and so you cannot.
I used to go to the mosque. You know what I'm saying? I used to go to the mosque too to go and eat rice. You know.
You go to eat rice. That's why.
Yeah. I go to the north. Sorry. I go to the mosque now. Even every Friday when they are preaching all this imam, I always listen to it also because I love the sermons. But today is a different ball game entirely. These people have been terrorizing us now. It's time to stop them.
But don't place it on religion because it's got nothing. I have every right to be a Christian.
No, not religion at all. Nothing to do with religion because because we get our own Muslim here. No, so we don't have any problem with our Muslims. You see, most of our Muslims they marry our traditional people. I'm not a Christian. I'm not a Muslim, but I'm just a traditional African man.
Who are you?
Obatala.
I'm an Olokun. Olokun.
Okay, hold on. What is Olokun?
Yeah, Olokun is water. So we worship the water of the god of waters. Mami water.
I wanted to be sure you knew what we were talking about. So thank you.
I the creator no. So we get our river now for Lagos.
Now they worship a crocodile.
No, worship everything for our place now. You know now.
Very similar to my own local religion as well. But anyway,
yes. I think you're not too far apart, you and Tony, in terms of your geographical, cultural.
Yes.
Space.
That is the best thing that the Northerner has done by uniting us. Say the regional people of all the South. That's the biggest thing they have done for us because if you look at people from rivers, from Akwa Ibom, from Edo Delta,
Hold on, but the German hates the Shekiri man now.
No, they just a joke. We are all the same.
They,
We are
no,
the
no, no, they are not the
same
same.
mother
They
and the same
hate each
father.
other. They hate each other. They hate
No,
each
no,
other.
no, 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 no. We are the same mother and the same father. If you go to Benin also, Benin people, they hate Benin people.
There's
You know,
nowhere on this planet there's bad belly more than in the creeks. You know,
no, I
there's
know.
a lot of bad belly in that place now.
And because of poverty, because people you come over to take this thing away from the north. So what do?
No, no,
We
no,
are hungry and they are
bad belly
angry.
amongst each other, You
No,
know.
no,
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 I
no, no, no.
see, I can explain that a little bit simple.
Yes.
Yeah.
The reason why it has always been in the South is that from when the Europeans arrived, with their slave ports and whatever they wanted to come and get, those expeditions were mostly anchored in the southern parts. In terms of Nigeria, that would have been the old Biafra, or the now called the Bight of Bonny. So,
No, Bat of Benin before Biafra.
No. It's now called the Bight of. It's not the Bight of Benin. It's the Bight of Bonny. I'm talking about the Bight of Bonny. Okay, so all of those ports were used to, just basically rip us off, and the Jaws were the people that stood and fought them and tried to negotiate this. But at the end of the day, they were able to still make negotiations with some of the chiefs there, some of the rulers there. And so that's why the whole thing was messed up, because even when we look at the amalgamation documents, you will find that the whole idea about the Southern Protectorate was really to kind of like calm them down, give them some kind of sweetener to make them feel a bit better, whilst all the lies and all the negotiations were going on behind their back with Lord Lugard and the Queen. So when you have such legacy, starting out, there's no way that you're going to get it right. So some of our leaders, they're still carrying that, they're still moving in that same direction. They're still very colonized. And first of all they're thinking about is, all of these riches and all of these things. And they're not even making consideration about, how much the people have not grown, in kind of some kind of commiseration with the commensurate with the oil wealth. People are not growing,
Yes.
so they are not seeing it that way. They just want to wear all those lovely
Charlie, do you know why? Do you know why that we have no unity in our place? It's because of people like you. You know why? Because you remember that you told us one time that you are an Igbo woman, that you was born in Lagos, and then you later your father later take you to Port Harcourt to grow up. Now, all you have to do is to accept that you are a Jaw, which is good. But to tell me that you are Biafra, that people from Asaba, the same thing, they cross over from Onitsha to our place, and I mean, this is what we're talking about. If you want to talk about the king,
Sally can determine who she is. Surely,
no, I know, but to take Benin out of this, out of the question is very bad, because you will offend me and
Are you telling her who she is?
No, I appreciate that, but the thing is that you do not know your history.
Who is this strong guy? I know my history. Bight of Benin. That's from after Guinea. Bight of Guinea.
No, you're not in the Bight of Benin. You're actually in the Bight of Benin. And I'll tell you exactly geographically where the Bight of
that
Benin
is what you are saying, because you migrated from from Imo State, and then you come to Port Harcourt. Look,
I didn't migrate from Imo State.
Where did you migrate from? Because you say you're Igbo.
I'm from Odwal in River State.
Okay, so you are a Jaw.
Yes, I mean I'm of the Jaw Nation.
Okay, not the Jaw Nation. Yes. You are a Jaw by tribe. If you are Robo by tribe,
I must object. Don't tell her who she is now.
Okay.
She don't sound like she's equipped to. I mean,
yes, I'm just telling her that the people that from those places are the people that came from Urobo, Ishakiri, the Esans, the Edos. They are the Edos. Okay, then all this is just
in my village. They have camps in my village where I come from, in Abua, Odwa. In my grandmother's land, we have a lot of Ishakiris. All they're doing there, they're extracting palm oil. So we allow them some piece of our land for them to use and just do that, and they pay just a small lease fee. We've been living together. It's not today.
They have already changed the Biafra name now. You have to be aware of that, okay? Biafra name have been changed to Idu. Okay, so try to know that so that you can be able to get your freedom.
You don't have to tell me. I'm following everything that concerns
Nigeria. You know
the Biafra name. What is that? Is that
Igodo?
There you go, Domigodo. Let's
the whole idea of the
Celebi explain that space for us, please. Yeah.
the idea of the do and Biafra is just because of the argument between the DOS, I think the DOS and some other officials.
Sorry, Sally, start all over again, just so we understand.
I'm saying the whole idea of the do came up because some lady, who was formerly a follower of Nnamdi Kanu came up, and then she was trying to reason about that's the cultural background, the historical background of the Igbos, and that they used to be Idu and that kind of thing. And then she's coming up with this Idu thing, basically to kind of, because this is one thing about Nigerians. And this is not, honestly, I'm not.
They want to brand the creek with a Biafran name. Is that what they're doing?
No, I'm not trying to insult anybody. There's one thing about all of us, even as we are, even in this group, in this community, which I still see as my own brothers and sisters, we're never consistent. We always, immediately things are shifting, we just start following. You will not gain anything like that. You have to hold your truth. You have to hold, when Jesus went up there, they were showing him all these things. Jesus could have just said, okay, let me just enjoy my life and forget about God. But we say we are Christians, but every time things are flowing a certain way, we want to just follow. You don't. You must be resilient and you must be resolute. If we are resolute people, South Africans would not have gotten their change if they were not resolute. They had fights, but they were resolute. That they were seeing the end, how it's going to be happy for them. If we don't learn to see the end and how it's going to be, we will not put in the work, and then we'll just come here, we'll talk, let them just see my face, let them see my voice. This is not what we are here for. This is a very serious matter.
Okay, I get you now. Just last chance now. Let me just talk to you now. Let me talk. Let me tell you what Nnamdi Kanu just said. Nnamdi Kanu said that after all, that Igbos and Yoruba are brothers and sisters. Because he said that because if the Edos, the people of Edos are siblings of the Yorubas, and then the Edos now controls right from Benin to Onitsha.
I'm a mother of 3 children. All this thing you're talking, it's just like sibling squabbles. This one will say you love this one more than this. I love each and every one of them. I don't even know who I love most.
No, we have to unite.
But each of them accuse me of loving one person more. But let me tell you something. This is too childish. The problem we have right now, we have to rise above that. Siblings.
You are changing that of Benin to Boni or Biafra. Then you look at the issue.
Let me ask you something, Mr. Tony.
Okay.
Before then, I don't know whether you know about the Igbos and you know about the Yorubas back in history. Have they ever had a war?
No, we are brothers. You can ask people on the platform. I'm the one who's speaking.
Have they ever had a war? Ijo and Igbos, have they ever had a war?
Never.
So you don't need to go into all that. And you just.
That's why I'm saying we should come together. We should come together. Don't be saying that.
To dismiss people that are bringing all these squabbles because it's not going to take us to anywhere.
No, we are one people. So because they said that now Igbos and Yoruba were brothers and sisters via Benin relationship. And it's clear. Sorry, I say this because I'm speaking German.
You have to do your own analysis and see.
No analysis. We need to, in the presence of a mutual enemy right now, we need to work together as one family. Okay, bridges. Okay, bridges now.
Yeah. All right. So when did Nnamdi Kanu come to this epiphany that the Yorubas and the Igbos were cousins and family? Because for years on end, we were bastards and sabos and traitors and animals and creatures and savages. These were just some of the nicer words that he used to describe us.
No, that's what he said. That's what he said. He said that the key to their freedom lies within that space now. That's what he told us.
All right. So now we have to leave all the abuse and come to where he is now.
Now what?
This is what we are.
What do I do now? What do half or do now? Half or do.
There's a way of looking at that aspect of
led by the nose. Led by the nose by some Umar here.
No, but he did a great job. But Nnamdi Kanu is a great man. I love him too much.
There's a way of looking at what Nnamdi Kanu is saying, because let's look at it. We're always quarreling. I don't really see all those northern people quarreling. I lived in the north. I never hear them arguing. Even when they are drinking, they don't really argue.
They don't curse each other.
Maybe because we were fighting each other. Then so maybe God decided to just send us into the jungle and for us to just get there and whatever happens to us. So I mean, coming from, one of my youngsters was trying to tell me something about the new the House of Judah, something like that, and all the trends and all the things, and how we've disobeyed God, and how God has casted us to.
Okay, we've lost Sally a little bit. Let's try Enigmatic Hundi one more time, and then I'm going to have to let him go because others are trying to come.
Telling me about this. Yeah, so let's see it that way.
All right. Enigmatic, are you there? Enigmatic. All right. I think either it's a problem with the system or he's just abandoned. But thank you. Ajale Koko, are you still there?
I'm here, woman.
All right, thank you, Ajale Koko. So, Ajale Koko, let me take you to a different talking point. Now, they are nearing the completion. I wish Ayo was here because he fought so hard that space. But they are now coming towards the completion of the second Niger bridge. But now the controversial space opened up. Traditionally, in Nigeria, they don't tend to name bridges after people, with the exception of Carter Bridge. I think that was named after Jimmy Carter, an American. But now, second Niger bridge to be known as Mohammed Buhari Bridge. Is that just a poke in the eye of the Easterners, something just to weigh at them and irritate them in perpetuity?
Woman. This there's an adage in Yoruba land that says ìbẹ̀rẹ̀ kì í ṣe oníṣẹ́, ẹni bá parí ẹ̀ tó bá farati lọmọ aráyé máa kan sára sí. Meaning that we'll reward whoever complete a project, whoever completed the project, and not the person that started that project. Maybe this is what is playing out here. However, I don't support the naming of that bridge, Buhari's bridge. What I know about great leaders is that they don't reward themselves when they are alive or when they are in power. It's their good work that and the legacy that they left behind after leaving power that we make people come together and make a decision that let us reward this man for what he did. Let us name this after him. Let us immortalize his name. So whoever that is coming up with this suggestion or decision, I don't know if it is decision or it's a suggestion.
I think it's a done thing because that was what his spokesperson said. It's somewhat of an Arabian culture, where they have all these promenades and you see just a looming large picture or painting of their leader. You see it in places like Iran, definitely Saudi Arabia, Iraq when Saddam was there. When you just see endless images of the leader pasted on every public space. So this now, that culture, Mohammed Buhari Bridge, what is even the meaning of that?
Can you hear me now?
Faintly.
Can you hear me now?
Much better.
Okay. If it's a decision that it will be named after him, I think it's contradictory to the foundation laid before they started the project. The foundation laid on that side, and the name given to that site is Fort Mainland Bridge.
Second Niger Bridge.
I'll be second, sorry.
No, we understand what you mean, yeah.
So, second Niger Bridge. And the name they just crop up, this is what people have been calling for. And when President Jonathan opened the when he opened
groundbreaking ceremony, yes.
Yes, when it was Fort Niger Bridge that they call it. So why are they trying to change it? This is the some of those the Israel.
It's still that warlord mentality, isn't it? Yeah.
And who did they consult with? Who are the people that make that decision? Is it in conjunction with I don't know who are the people that came up with that suggestion? Who are the people that met and decided that, hey, yeah, we have to call it this name? That bridge is, when they laid the foundation to commence the building of that bridge, it was called Second Niger Bridge. Why did they want to change it? Why are they trying to take a glory that does not belong to them? I mean, we have to commend them that at least they continue the project and they are going in the direction of completing the project. But the name Niger Bridge, Second Niger Bridge, is what people knows it for. So it's people of that state and people of that region, if they have leaders or if they have people that are really working for the people, they should be able to push back against it. And this is not the first time. It has happened before. President Jonathan tried to name, to change University of Lagos to MKU Abiola University to immortalize the name. But Lagosian and people and the, what do you call these people, the alumni of that institution stood up against President Jonathan that no, this is the name. University of Lagos is known all over the world. Changing it to the name of Abiola, no, it has political undertone, and don't just come here and think that, yeah, let me play some game like, oh, I'm immortalizing Abiola's name, the man they love best, and let me just, they kick against it and it back out. It can still happen. If the people of that state say, no, it is Niger Bridge. It's been known. The foundation name it, the foundation for the project called it Second Niger Bridge. Why do you want to change it? So the people, it depends on the people of that state and other group of people and stakeholders in this project. It depends on them. If they don't shout loud, if they don't say anything, yeah, it shall be named after Buhari, and except maybe another comment comes in and change it. But other than that, if they really decided and nobody push against it, yes, it's gonna stay.
Like you said, it's just the arrogance of it. It's not form, is it, for you to name it after yourself? It's our succeeding administrations that will then make that decision, or even the people really that will make that decision that you are sufficient enough of a worthy person, or that project is so identifiable with you that they, as an acknowledgement of what you have done, are going to name it after you. Imagine you are building infrastructures in the country and you are branding. Are you Donald Trump? What is going on? Turning everything to Trump Towers. Is it Trump Towers that we are doing in Nigeria now? It's just ridiculous, isn't it? You know, it's just a
No,
farce.
Trump never named any public project on that
Yeah, but he's the one that likes to stick his name on everything, isn't he? Just
you
stick
know,
his name on
that's
everything.
a brand name now on his property everywhere. It's Trump everywhere. So Buhari should I mean, that decision is wrong, and the people in that region should stand up and kick against it. We don't want Buhari's name on that project. It's not his initiative. It's Jonathan initiative, and the foundation name it Second Niger Bridge, and that is what I think we chime with everybody, not Buhari's Bridge. Are they going to call it Buhari's Bridge, or what's he going to call it?
Mohamedu Buhari Bridge is what. Imagine that. Imagine an Igbo man just waking up in the morning and saying that for the rest. They will burn that bridge down. They will burn it down. Imagine. It's just wanting to provoke, isn't it? Imagine.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any space in this world that they hate that man more than the East. They just hate him. They hate him, you know.
They just try to to put that name there so that to show to Igbo people. I might be wrong, but look, yes, this
I am your daddy. He's telling them that I'm your daddy. Is that not call me daddy? He's telling them to call him daddy. You know, is that call me daddy? Look at that. You know. All right, thank you, Ajanle Koko. Ajanle Koko, we're in deep hours now, so let me progress the conversation around to touch as many voices as I can before we start to round off. And let me go to the voice of Solly and hear his soundings on our foreign diplomats interfering in Nigerian politics. So, Solly, are you there? Hello, Solly. Is that Solly? Is that short for Solomon? Are you there, Solly?
Solly is sleeping.
Oh, all right, thank you. But let me put that question to Black League, see if he's there. Black League.
What was the question, man?
Well, it was Buhari meeting diplomats that were presenting their credentials, and he is saying to them that they are welcome to the country, but they should keep their mouth shut and not interfere in the upcoming election. So that is echoes of 2019 when El Rufai went further and told them that if they breathe the air in Nigeria too aggressively, they will leave the country in body bags. So this idea now of threatening diplomats not to make commentaries on an election that almost certainly will be rigged. What are you making of that? Just Yamotu to the very end.
Well, I think the president was referring to the diplomats from Burkina Faso, Gambia, Ghana, Burundi, countries like that. Certainly not the American diplomats.
No, you are wrong. The diplomats were from Israel, Spain, places like that. So Israel, Spain, Czech Republic, Italy. So those are the ones, the Europeans.
I'm giving you the crack in the fabric, one man.
All right. Sorry,
when he's speaking like that, I'm telling you the countries he's referring to. It's those countries that we can rightfully say we are their big brothers. But the countries that are our own big brothers, definitely not. Like the Israel, UK, US, and the rest of them. First of all, they brought him into power. Obama wasn't a fan of Goodluck Jonathan. He didn't hide that at all. So he worked against Jonathan. with everything he had, even up until a night before the elections. He still gave a speech specifically to Nigerians, telling them it's time for a new Nigeria, and all other undertones in his message, just pointing to the fact that he wanted Jonathan out and Buhari was his man. So the international community has always been involved in our politics at the highest level. So when the president is speaking like that, he's certainly referring to, countries that don't really have influence in our country, like other African countries and the rest of them. But the big boys like the US, UK, France, Germany, Russia, China, even India, Israel, and the likes, they are involved, and they will continue to be involved. And they will also determine our next president, unless the Nigerians in Nigeria and outside decide to start doing something about that. But that whole notion that we are an independent country, it looks very fine on paper, and reality is a whole different ballgame. And that's my comment on that.
All right, and the tactics for looting that's just been developed by the legislatures. So they are trying to close that loophole, and they are pointing the searchlight, they are beaming the searchlight on this constituency project that they used to loot money. So they are now going to pay attention to wherever they are saying they are building these projects. So they've now pivoted it to like soft projects. So enlightenment, medical related things that have no receipt. The ICPC alarms that this is one of the most corrupt legislative spaces that Nigeria has ever experienced. So the looting continues and there is no way out, Black League.
Yes, the looting continues, and Nigerian people are condoning it, but they want to pretend like it's just the politicians that are corrupt. It's not just the legislature or the executive. The Nigerian people are corrupt, or at least have become corrupt. And that's why things like this fly at the national level. You come to the state level, is even worse. With what the great Jagaban has done in Lagos, is a legacy example to all looters in every state. If you can copy that sample successfully, you will become a looter yourself. The vice president is not excluded. Let me bring that to the conversation. He was the head of the panel that gave, what's that company in Lagos, one man? That Tinubu's company.
Alpha Beta.
Yeah. Oshimbajo, he was the Attorney General and Commissioner of Justice in Lagos when that happened. Incidentally, he was the head of that panel that handed over that contract and recommended Alpha Beta to be the company to take over that contract. So it's just spread all over. The people down on the streets, the motor parks, the agberos as we call them, up to the professors, the people who are learned, the people in our universities, our scholarly team in the country is also extremely corrupt. During elections, they cannot even read results from polling units. You see them asking for more light to read the result. It's all corruption going on, and them changing figures. They are involved as much as the agberos are involved, and that's just our problem. So when I hear us complaining about these people and what's going on, I tell myself, are we really doing that genuinely? Like, do we really feel that way? Because as I said earlier, those politicians, you go to their homes, it's packed. Each and every one of them, packed. and they distribute money daily in their homes. The day they stop doing that, they will lose elections. I'm telling you that, because it's a fact. They will lose elections because there will be that sentiment that, oh, this man is just chopping alone. He goes to Abuja and collect. He doesn't give us our share. So how can he give you your share and you still have good roads and you still have hospitals? It's just impossible to do, even if you're the one there. The money you're given, you can't go and do business with the money to make profit and go do more. No, it's with the money generated. That's what you're supposed to work with. So how can you work with it when you're busy donating money up and down to people for personal problems, to buy cars and for school fees for children and all that? And when you don't do that, wicked man, your name will be tainted in public. So it's like it's just a means to no end. So we are our own problem. The moment we start figuring that out, then we can start to say, okay, do we want change? What first has to come up is we are part and parcel of this problem that's going on. The reason the politicians, the Jagabans, and his mentees are going about doing what they are doing, both the Jagabans in the north and in the south, is because they have our backing 100%. We can talk and say all about morality and how they are doing bad, but the reality of things is the majority of us are supporting these criminals. So we ourselves are criminally minded. We keep saying we'll go for the lesser evil. There's no way you can choose the lesser evil without having evil in you yourself. So we should really point to ourselves and put ourselves at the main stage of this. And if we can change ourselves, then we can change government.
All right, thank you, Black League. Black League, let me take you to this space. This may when this first occurred, I suspect this would be long before your time, but is reoccurring in your time now. Adulterated petroleum in Nigeria is what we're talking about. That used to be a narrative way back in the day, but it has resurfaced now. So importers are now importing adulterated petroleum into Nigeria, and you know the impact on that on vehicles. So that now a space that is really under the spotlight is in all the headlines in Nigeria as of now. So that space now, Buhari asking for people to be heads to roll for the perpetrators of that space. But a little spice in that mix is one of the companies that is actually importing this thing, Oando Oil, is actually essentially a Tinubu company. So the adulterated rather petroleum one, you know, the lack of morality of the importers too, and the Tinubu angle to that importing of adulterated petroleum 3. So to all of that, Black League.
Well, this is the reason Tony and his mentor Nnamdi Kanu say we are monkeys, we live in a zoo, this and that. Although I disagree with them completely, but for them to have if they have any reason at all to say that, it will be what you just said about having adulterated petrol coming into the country. So basically imported adulterated petrol in the leading producer of crude oil in the world, one of the leading producers. If you call 10 of the producers of oil, Nigeria has to be called. Nigeria is there. So how can we be producing oil? Yeah, we are not even benefiting anything from it. We are producing the oil, yet we are importing adulterated petrol full of methanol, and that comes with a lot of health hazards, a lot. It causes all types of depression and
lung cancer and whatnot.
Yes, just and it's just on the vehicles and on your body, both. So, on even on wildlife. So it's just a pity that we're in. But as I said, we are all involved in this mess that's happening. These people that are doing this are from Nigeria.
Black League, yes, the people doing it are from Nigeria, and one of the lead companies, I think 4 companies identified, Oando Oil, one of the names that pops out, owned by a Wale Tinubu, a nephew, of course, of the mighty man himself, or the infamous man. So the Tinubu angle again, is there anything in that, or is this just incidental?
Election is coming, so you have to squeeze all the change from all the angles. 2023 is already at hand.
Look at that. It's not cheap. It's not cheap business.
If we can adulterate the petrol, it's $1 billion industry. So that's quick money right there. I mean, business moves, you can say that, but it's just to the detriment of the country. And one I've been wanting to ask is why the people of Lagos are so sophisticated. Why allow such just such display of power by Tinubu in Lagos, just at the expense of the state?
I think he has corrupted. I think he has corrupted all of the names that can threaten his position. That's what I think. Because he's corrupted just the entirety of the political class, and the ones that have not been corrupted. The main voice that is critical of Tinubu is Bode George. And who is Bode George? Is some faded away politician of back in the day who still holds bitter grudges of politics in the 70s and the 60s. So I think all of them are aligned. Who is going to battle him? All of them is just it's the same technique that Babangida used when he corrupted the whole governance so that nobody could come after him. So he's corrupted that whole space, and he makes sure that MC Oluomo, that all his children are educated in America. I was on Instagram the other day. His daughter in Puerto Rico with her boyfriend, all glammed up in a swimwear, looking like some Kim Kardashian or something. So this is the lifestyle that it gives the people that could threaten him. So I think it's corrupted the whole space.
But how? It still doesn't make it makes little sense to me. If it's about corruption, corruption is everywhere. So we have to put that aside.
Right.
Corruption aside, how can one man have so much power after leaving office since 2007 and corrupt even well, I won't blame him for corrupting Oshibajo. I think every man has to give account for himself. So when they call you to court, you cannot say Tinubu corrupted me.
But every single member of the Lagos Assembly, every single member is sponsored by Tinubu. Every single member. The governor, of course, handpicked. Even the deputy, handpicked. Every single, or even to the local government, he signs their name off. I don't think it's just it's a vice grip. But Ajanle Koko, you wanted to come in?
Yeah, you see, because it control all this political structure in Lagos, from the state to the local government and to the world level. That's a strong political base. And for him to dominate that space for 20 years, he has been able to, and even outside the state, he has been able to sponsor some people, some group of people to dominate politics outside Lagos State as well. So in Lagos, he has institutionalized corruption in government institution, and nobody can challenge him. That is why he's so powerful. It's nothing special because, just like one man said, he sponsored all the assemblymen. So, and who is going to investigate him? Is it the people that is sponsored to power? No, that is why he remains power. So, whoever, any Lagosian that is not in his camp, is that if you want to, you can't benefit anything from Lagos because he is in charge of Lagos. If you want to go and apply for contract, if you are a contractor and you don't belong to his group, you won't be able to secure contract. So you better belong to his group so that you can have your way economically, or politically, or get crushed. As far as Lagos is.
And that get crushed. He deals with dissenting voices decisively, not
Yes.
just to punish that voice, but to send a signal to the
Yeah.
rest of the space that
Yes.
cross me and I will crush you. We saw
Yeah.
it with Ambode. It was so brutal the way he dealt with that guy. So brutal. You cross me and I will crush you. So they just
Yes.
told the line. The money is flowing freely. So
Yeah.
what is there to object to? They all get paid, you know.
Yeah. And he surround himself with the thugs that he can use to bully and to brutalize political opponent within the party and outside the party as well. He have them empowered. He strengthen them financially, and that you want to see. One man, you just said it now, that MC Oluomo children school abroad, and they're going on vacation abroad. When you have the real university graduate that's supposed to be empowered economically by the state are riding Okada, but he is strengthening and I mean he strengthening thugs financially, politically, and at the detriment of the people of Lagos State. He uses the resources of Lagos State to strengthen his political base and political power at their detriment. So that is what is happening.
Make no mistake though, the real indigenous Lagosians, and I'm talking about the real Lagosians, they hate this guy. They
Yes,
hate him.
they hate him.
There's a guy called Balogun Eko. I don't know if you've come across
In
him on
London,
social media.
that guy in London.
He has no other job but just to go online and just rain abuse on this guy
Yes.
endlessly.
Yes.
That you are
Yes.
not even from Lagos and you've come here
Yes.
to seize control of my homeland, and you are holding us by the neck. So
Yeah.
that's it. It's just
And
it's just a power.
to add to it, other than the political appointment, political position, elective, and every other thing, the traditional leaders, he has corrupted
They are
them
all in
as
the
well.
pocket now. You know,
Yes.
he's even handpicking them. Elegushi, I think he wants
Yes.
to install. MC Oluomo is vying to be in the Elegushi. You
Yeah.
know, where is that? On which planet? You know, MC Oluomo is more from Benin Republic than actually even Nigeria. I think he's an Egun now, across the other side of the border.
Yeah.
You know.
So, Black League. So he did one thing that, you know, to strengthen his the political power in Lagos by promoting a lot of those people we called Bale before he came to power. He promoted a lot of them to king in their area. He promoted them, and he created more position for king in Lagos. So what you have now, you see all the traditional kings across the length and breadth of Lagos are with him. He have all the thugs. He have all the politicians. And, you know, who are you? Who are you that can challenge that power? And he fill them constantly every time with the resources of Lagos State. So who is it that to challenge the power? He have acquired a lot of land.
If you really want to, if you really want to know just how powerful Tinubu is, uh, try and come across one of his faithfuls, one of his followers. It's almost like a religion to them, you know. We have one of them in my own personal family. It's almost like a religion to these people. And you're pointing out, if you're pointing out to them that this is a highly corrupt man, even a killer, you know, they can almost physically attack you. That guy, man, I've never seen anything like it. Oh, that guy is when he gets hold of Nigeria, you will. It's one of those things. You will either hear when or you sing hallelujah, but you will certainly be moved in one way or the other.
It's just unfortunate, and some people, as crazy as they are for this guy, I've even heard them. Somebody said it's greater than Awolowo. I can't believe my ears. I heard somebody said that. I said, really? Awolowo that governed the whole West and manage it well? You are talking about somebody that governed just one state. You are praising him that yes, he did better than that. I just ended the discussion. I said, no, I'm not going into this stupidity with this guy. You know, so Blackley, that's a little we can talk more and more about I mean
that guy is a phenomenon. Is a phenomenon. You know, is a I'm sure there'll be university thesis on him in years to come. That how did this happen? How did this come about?
Well, if I'm to take Sahara Reporters as a credible source, they reported that back when Tinubu was in Chicago, he was arrested with $600,000 cash on him as in his student days in Chicago. That's way before he even got into politics. So rightly or wrongly, he has been a wealthy man for a long time. I understand that. When Ajanli Koko says he has grip of Lagos from the wards to the local governments to the governorship to the kingship, traditionally and socially, I can understand that. But in the past, we've also seen governors with the same grip of their states and they lost it. People like Ojus or Kalu in Abia State in 99 was almost like a demigod over there, being in total control of his state, but later on lost. We've seen it in the north with several governors, but later on they lost. I personally think what saved Tinubu was during that Obasanjo sweep of the Southwest, that he was spared when the likes of BC Akande, the likes of what was that man's name? Benga Daniel, and the rest of them from the Southeast were taking off their seats in 2003. Tinubu was saved, and Atiku had something interesting to say about it. He credits himself for that, and not Tinubu's political sagacity. He said they had a political meeting, and Tinubu has been his close ally since his Nadeco days. Because of that, they've had, even after that, they've had several business ventures together. So he prevailed on the president to let Tinubu continue as governor. Now that is from Atiku himself. Whether or not that's accurate, that's my source. It came from Atiku. But Tinubu is just how he has included his family, after that, to the governance of Lagos State. And a state as strategic as Lagos, you can be governor in Lagos for one term like Ambode did. To me, that's equal to being a governor in any other state in Nigeria for 3 terms. Unconstitutional 3 terms. To be Lagos governor for 1 term is equal to being 3-term governor in any other state, with very few exceptions like us. Because of the resources. Simply the sheer size of resources.
You can actually get something done.
Being internally generated. You can be Lagos governor for 1 term. To me, it's equal to being Osun State governor for 12 years. That's just how I see it, because of the sheer amount of resources in Lagos State. Tinubu was able to do that for 2 terms, controlled another 2 terms under Fashola, controlled another 1 term under Ambode, and now 1 term under Sanwo-Olu. I think it's a little too much under 1 man.
The empire will fall, and I think we're starting to see the cracks showing, And I think this presidential race that is embarked upon now will either be now his name in gold or the total collapse of him. So if he collapses at that presidential front, they're not going to let him hold on to Lagos State. They're going to chase him out completely. This is what they will do. If they don't give him the tickets, they will take Lagos away from him.
No, they might still give him Lagos as consolation, for not giving him the presidency, since we all know that's what he wants. Usually that's how they do it.
No, I say them wiping him out completely. That's not to say take his life, but just to destroy him. I think Buhari is minded to destroy him, because I think Buhari finds him in just a foul sort of a person, a smelly,
Well, no matter how corrupt you think Buhari is, Buhari thinks Tinubu is corrupt. And
no, that's what I said. That's what I said.
Yeah.
I said Buhari is minded to finish him, because Buhari finds him a smelly. They find Tinubu somewhat of a smelly, dirty. Buhari back in the day, under his military something, he was quite a straightforward, upright sort of a person. He was still an extremist, but he could not brook that sort of level of corruption. And there must still be that little bit of that Buhari left in him. Just looking at just how that guy is looting and looting and looting, it must rankle him somewhat.
Yes, I do believe that. When Buhari said he has a preferred candidate, I can almost guarantee you that's not Tinubu.
Absolutely not, yes.
But Tinubu is still a respected politician. When the people respect him, there's not much you could do. Whether or not he's a good leader is up to the people to decide. And I always say the people deserve the leaders they get.
Oh, all right, well said. So thank you, Black League. So thank you, Black League. We've now crossed the 4-hour threshold. So I'll look to start to round off now and to rapidly do so as well. So we start to round off to land on Ajanle Koko, and we start with Ola, and then we'll take it from there. So Ola, parting words now we're taking.
Yeah, it's been a good day, and I just thanks everyone for being good audience and for joining in imparting the knowledge. I think we've discussed a lot today, and I think if we start carrying the gospel, it will go a long way to change a lot of mind. Like we've diagnosed, I know that some people still disagree. Our problem in Nigeria is systemic. It's not about whether we are bad, we are corrupt. No, people can be corrupt, people can be disorganized, but immediately you put them in a process. Immediately you have the process right. You force them, you look at the bottleneck. Bottleneck normally cost waste. So Abuja moving to Abuja to get peanuts to collect stipend every month, for example, is a kind of bottleneck. It doesn't make people think on how they can get themselves liberate. All the requirement for you to become the governor is just to say, okay, you'll be collecting this amount from Abuja. Then you just fight everyone, you kill enemy you can kill to get there, so that you have a lot of blood on your hand just to become the governor. After all, the money is guaranteed. You are not going to use your brain to see to do anything. So that is why you will see the like of Ayoshen and Kobe coming to power. You will like to see the like of Buhari coming into power and all those stuff. But if it is where they are going to think, it becomes very difficult, for example, for them. Now, it wasn't us yesterday that was just narrating the difference between Fayoshe and Fayemi, for example, what they managed to do. When people were saying, "Oh, Fayoshe constructed bridges," I said that's what you saw. It just is about the like of Fayemi, for example. He has attracted $1 million investment. One of the biggest cassava this thing processing is in Ikole Ekiti there. And the former colleague, for example, is starting cassava this business there, Promasido, revival of Ikogosi Resource Center. See, just imagine if we now go to a situation whereby we restructure that country. That means that what Fayemi did in 4 years, he will have achieved more than that. Why am I saying all this story is this? It is the process. Let us just take this thing that make money concentrate in Abuja, and everybody just keep going to Abuja and keep doubling for Buhari. Let everybody go back to his own region. Empower the local government. Destroy this constitution and rebuild people-focused constitution, and then we'll be there. We will be right for it. That is what I appeal to us to actually campaign for. To 2023, honestly, I think it is too late. Some people may not want to agree, but then participate as much as possible. From the bad one, identify the one that you think you can still tolerate for now. While we focus, the larger focus, the long-term focus will be how to tear the constitution down and do the right thing. So I thank you all, and please turn up, because when we turn up, the algorithm we just push up. We never know whether we can get people like a good orator like Obama tomorrow if we put this algorithm so where it's going to be all right. So I appeal to us, let us stop up. I think it can only help us more. So good day wherever you are. See you later.
All right, thank you, Ola. A real delight. So from Ola, we go to Thomas. Thomas, your words.
Thank you, woman. Here again. I will say, as you believe what I say, I don't say our constitution now is good, but if we have good leaders, that they have the heart of the people, that they want to work, the constitution now is still good for us to work on. The problem of the country is the bad leaders. So change the bad leaders, you change the country. May God bless everyone. Thank you, one man. Thumbs up and like this station. And subscribe. God bless you all. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Thomas. A real delight. From Thomas, we go to Solly. Solly, are you still there? Yes, I suspected we lost Solly, because it's not usual for Solly to keep quiet. So thank you, Solly. So from Solly, we go to Tony. Tony, your words.
Yeah, Wama is it's supposed that I couldn't participate so much tonight. So anyway, no election, because based on the whole narrative so far, that means there is no institutions on ground to cater for the election or for any move that we may want to make, like Sally suggested. There's nothing we can do than to unite the South, Igbo, Yoruba together, and then we form a country. That's all, sir. That's the only way out. Because this vote will not. So the vote will never count, no matter which party you go and pick. Like Ajani Gogo has been saying, no other party can beat these people. These people, they are so deeply rooted, in the system. So their grip on power is too phenomenal that there's nobody that can break that yoke. Okay. Thank you very much, sir. So, Tom, like the button, push the like button. Everybody push the like button. Tomorrow again, sir. Maybe you give me some time tomorrow. Give some time tomorrow to participate.
All right, thank you, Tony. You're always welcome to participate, Tony. It's just that you have to be consistent with the conversation. That's all. Because you take the conversation to spaces, so just deep waters.
Yeah,
And
because they
I
are
don't know how
recurring.
to swim. Huh?
Yeah, I'm sorry, because they are recurring. You see, they are occurrence. You bring one topic today, they will treat it. Tomorrow it's coming again. Where another angle. That's what we are saying, sir. And then
No. That's how you are reading it. That's not
yes,
because okay, today we are talking about adulterated petroleum corruption in the system.
yes,
And we're talking about an infrastructure that has been named after a certain president. So
yeah,
that's a
very
different
bad.
set.
That is occupation. That is occupation.
How is it occupation?
It's an occupation because they are.
No,
They
no,
just
no, no. It's arrogance more than occupation. It's just
they,
arrogance.
they
That's
are
what we're
dealing
talking
with us. They are dealing with us anyway, sir. Make a little sleep. Tomorrow,
All right.
sir.
All
Okay,
right,
sir.
thank you. But tomorrow you have to come with a different song, though. All right, thank you.
Sir.
All right, thank you, Tony. So that was Tony. So from Tony to the elegance that is the silky tones of Celibes. Look at that. After all that build up, Sally has abandoned us. So thank you.
Yeah.
Oh yes. So your words.
Yeah, I mean, what aspect do you want me to conclude on? Because I'm not too sure people are agreeable with some of the ways that I view things.
No,
Because
no, that is the whole point. That is exactly why we love to hear from you. So
I know, because
yeah, say what it will cause them the most
I
discomfort.
mean, this
Yes.
Nigerian struggle has been a very long road, and we've tried so many ways, and we're still heading the same direction. We're just dipping all the time. And so I don't believe the strategy should be the same. Yes, you can be consistent, but the thing is that we are often being bought over by little, what do you call it, sweetness. And this is the thing. And as long as people remain like that, and people would like bow to, like, oh, because it's my brother, I don't have to support Goodluck Jonathan because it's my brother. I don't have to. Yes, I supported him at one time because there was a reason for us to go there. But if I don't wish to support him any other time around, and I do not like his manifesto, I don't have to. So we have to like mature our minds up, and as far as I'm concerned, we need to be resolute. And the other thing again, which I keep insisting upon, is that it's all well and good for we all that can articulate ourselves to come up to this stream yard and say what we want to say. But what about all the others lost, entangled in all those villages, in all those slums and things? Do we ever, think about them, and people who are desperate probably don't even have anything to eat tomorrow to
Do
go
you
to
think,
school.
sorry, Celis, do you think the platform is too elitist? Because when we first started doing the streamings, we used to have more of a healthier mix of the different stratas of society. We used to hear from a guy called Freeman,
Yeah.
and then another one called he used to break it down to pidgin, and then one day he came after me that all this nodding of the head grammar that you are saying, how would my grammar in the village understand it? And I'm trying to say that my audience is not your grammar in the village because I don't speak her language and she wouldn't really understand mine. That is not to say the local dialect, but the thinking space. So do you think we're too just highfalutin on this?
Well, I
Are we
believe
too highbrow?
no, it's not too highbrow, but I believe the audience is quite representative anyway. But what I would say is
But the
that
audience is not the
the
broad
same
spectrum.
story. They're
Are we
telling
too
us the
narrow?
same.
Yeah. Go
Yeah,
ahead. Sorry.
what I'm saying is that it's the same story, the same trajectory. We've not changed our modules. We've not changed our models, our framework, our model of approach. We're still like, all right, we're still bickering about the differences rather than just saying, listen, Noah's Ark is to move, let's move. We're not seeing what the real issues are as to how they even started and where they're leading to, and therefore address it in a doctoral way, like really going for what the issues are. And then next thing, you go and see some of our leaders sitting down in some what do you call it, in some sultan's palace, and basically making a speech and thanking the sultan for what he wants to honor their son. The same guy that I know that he's never even mounted a horse at the Polo Club for Harcourt. So I mean, there's just so many issues. It's just kind of like I find so irritating, and I cannot but express myself as a citizen and how I feel that we are not going anywhere with this kind of leaders. And with this kind of leaders who cannot even see or connect with their people and see the needs for why children should be in school, even if it's a native nursery school, I don't care. It don't have to be an English one. But children are cared for, parents can go to work, everyone can earn, everyone can have decent, clean water. If we're not going back to those basics, we're just not going anywhere, because the whole structure has been worked out such that we never maintained any of the structures. From when Gowon left, I think everything just went like that. Nobody maintained anything. We're just shouting war and discipline. We now became a people of mantra and not a people of a people of cause. We just became a people of mantra, singing this way, singing that one. Oh, they always bring a slogan, and then everybody starts following that slogan, and it just goes on and on and on and on. I've seen my moms them do it. Then I've seen even me and my own contemporaries do it. And I'm seeing the new generation doing exactly the same thing, the generation after. So if we don't come out and say, listen, we have to be resolute. We need to get this country right. We know what the historical legacies are and how we've come this way, right? And we know the differences between the North and South. We just have to divide a little bit. I'm not saying it's not a must that must have a separate country, but we have to divide. We have to find that dichotomy. And we have to be honest about the dichotomy. We have to be honest and say, listen, the North has its own system. Maybe they can work out their own ecosystem, and let us work out our own. Because I've never heard any Yoruba and Igbo go at war. Neither since I've been a member of the Ijaw nation have I seen Igbo and Ijaw people having a war. I've never done it. Correct me if I'm wrong, if anyone knows. So we have this difference. We're always cussing ourselves, always disagreeing and all that, but we still work something together. You see, so the North can go and sort themselves out. We can sort ourselves out. And then we can decide how we want to work between the North and the South. Then if it's not going to be possible, then we can go a separate way, as simple as that, in a very nice and orderly manner. I don't see why we can't, as civilized people, and for all the culture that we had, as Africa being the cradle of civilization, it's all this kind of squibbling that's actually put us behind. Because if we come together, we can get exactly what we want. And so I think it's time for the South to basically, come together and address their issues and then put that forward. And if that cannot happen, all we need to do is galvanize the masses of the South to follow this direction and put it across to them that this is the right way to go. So we can have a serious conversation, or we're just not going to be, going anywhere anytime near. That's all I'll say.
Oh, all right, thank you, Celibis. You say the Ojoro now. When you're able to break it down like that, but then you keep yourself away from us. So there it is, the silky tones of the voice that you know and adore, Celibis. So from Celibis, we go on to Black League. And just to that question, because it's something that I have been reflecting on just recently, or even for a short while. Just is the language of this platform too elitist? Is it too removed from what the average person can and should interact with? So start from there, and then your remarks are Black League.
I think for the people who watch the platform the most, I don't think it's too elitist or highbrow, because most of the people who watch this.
Yes, but to the wider audience, I know that you guys, but are we too high up? Is what I'm saying. Not. You understand what I mean? Are we speaking in a language
Yes, I do.
that people are not, the mass? Because we have to have the masses with us, but we just seem to be like some think tank having some intellectual exercise, speaking in a, the nasal, language.
Yes, I can see that point too. To the wider audience, the majority of the people in Nigeria might view this as highbrow. I agree with that. So, what I can suggest as a solution is maybe give a segment or some episodes you could do it in Pidgin, because
Yes, I was
Pidgin
thinking
seems to
that.
be the most inclusive.
How is your pigeon? Mine needs brushing up. How is your pigeon?
My Pidgin is near
You sabi speak pigeon?
well, near perfect.
Hey, look at that guy. You be Edo man. Is it not Wafi language? You have to be from Wari to be able to speak pidgin. That's where pidgin comes from.
I used to think that. I used to think that until I stepped away from Nigeria. I started hearing pidgin from different West Africans. Even some East Africans. Try to form it after just mingling with some West Africans. So I just hear it from different countries: Ghana, Cameroon, Sierra Leone. Everyone has their own pidgin.
Yes. I want to try and lower the language, you know, if I can find it within myself to reach a language that reaches further beyond all your ficals. But sorry, your words, Blackley.
Yes, yes, yes. Sometimes I come here and speak pidgin, so no Allah, if we run out for pidgin. To what Celebi said, I've switched back to English. To what Celebi just talk, nah. Say we suppose come together for the good of the whole country. So we country people may benefit from waiting they go on politically and socially for our fatherland, for that country. But wetin I no really agree with Celibi be say she say may South come together, separate from North. I know too badu that kind of language, because as it be so, Nigeria get power when North and South come together. North na very diverse place. It is way more diverse than South. So a lot of the views where you think say na northern view, it go surprise you well, say you go north, see say the people for street the people for university wey sabi book, all of them no be so they think. The way people for south think say okay na one way northern people they think. No, northern people get progressive minded people where we're for north, will be say themselves once you say the country come together and the country progress and the country true stand by that in name where they call them giant of Africa. Now our dream be that. But we as the people, we get work to do. We they leave our work, may leader do work for himself, then do our own work join. It no go work like that. We as the people, may we see say we dey involved. If things they bad, our road they bad, things bad, corruption they everywhere. Make we know how we go take come together, forget our differences. Say this one, because say you come from Benue, you be northerner, or you come from Kebbi, you be northerner. So I no go align with you. But if una ideas align, number get power. Nothing get power past number when we dey talk politics. When we align, so now there our power be. These politicians, they carry us play Ludo because say we no know wetin we dey do. We too dey divisive. Yoruba and Igbo no one get together. Even for the South, where they say may South come together. You no one forget say Igbo and Yoruba, the language gone. Na the same. Na the same. Na just tonality changer because the geographical region where person they stay, they determine how language fit change. Now why you get different dialects. You hear Ishekiri if they hear Yoruba. So na so it be between Igbo, Gongon, and Yoruba. So all these divisions, me, I don't understand that. People matter different, leaders matter different. Me, our leaders, they more accessible. Our leaders know they're accessible. Most of us no even sabi our councillor for face. We no sabi our chairman. We never see them before. We no even know people we don't see them before. So those people waiting they happen be say they will just surround themselves with some group of people. If they tell them all kinds of stories, say country good and people happy, they do good. On a lie. The people no say a lie, but the people no get access to those where they represent them. When you come America and other countries where we copy government system from, no be so it be. To me, senator na beans. Write small letter, even if you like, may your grammar no tick. Just write any letter you want. You go get response. And the other day, now yesterday, I go one basketball game for school, no be professional game, just game for school. Before game start, I just see President George Bush waka enter inside. I said, just freely. People just they walk up, they take picture with them, they snap with them, talk to them. They wish say I fit go play, see Obasanjo, talk to them, say make leaders and followers, we will be their follower, more rub minds. I think that will give us progress. Made leaders know they look themselves as God. They be human being, just like us. Nothing they Buhari na human being at best. So no be say go lock himself for Aso Rock. All the president is saying now there they go lock themselves. Maybe they come out, more they see them, more they relate. Make governor leave government house, come out outside, more they relate. No be during election, you go the chop corn, you go the do women with on for streets, talk say you they inclusive. No be so. So that's my own advice and my own contribution tonight. So may everybody, click the subscribe button, like and share, and have a good night.
Look at that. Well done, Black League. I was listening to your struggle and I was waiting for you to break away from it and drop it, but you held firm, So well done. You see, it's Lent pigeon now. Well done, Black League. So thank you, Black League. Always a delight. Leader, not ruler. So that's Black League. You used to come in under that name, didn't you? And then you changed it to Black League.
Yes, I used to. Yeah. Oh, I see you have a sharp memory. Wow.
No. Your voice is unique now, so you can change the name, but you can't change your voice. So that's Black League, one of your favorite voices on the platform. So thank you, Black League, and have a good rest of the day. So from Black League, now we go to the might, that is Ajale Koko. So Ajale Koko, in a short summary, take it home for us. Ajale Koko, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, one man. Make a talk as Black League, don't talk in who now. Our people for Nigeria, it better make una know say that country called Nigeria now in a country. If una no stand up, make una do una country well. Make una do the right thing. The country go pafuka for una head. Wetin be the right thing where una fit do. Na im be say una don't see all these politicians they waka kurukere everywhere like a rat and cat. They pursue each other. They go from south to east to north. They waka everywhere because they won't be president. The thing where they there, and as I they talk for this platform, where we dey, Now him be say make una no vote for these people. Now these people now don't they vote for Sote since 1999. Nothing better for una. Una self way be say una head and una mind no work together. Una go to take bribe. Waiting be the bribe, waiting be the money where una they take from them before una go vote. You think say as they get 5,000, 10,000 from them, you think say na go belleful you. They go give you. Don't say they not go give you. They want you, make you go vote for them. But vote for them finish inco. They go there, go they steal money, pack the money, put for them bank account, carry the money, go for foreign country, go America, go Britain, go everywhere. Carry them ship pikin, come out for Nigeria, go to school for America, for Britain. And now money they go take, they pay for school fees for their pikin. Or the money where they for take build road for now, where they for they build hospital for now, where for they for take build wrong water for now, where for the where they for take give una light, where una go to see each other for light, where darkness no day. Now they take they sponsor their children. Then sick. They not go hospital for a place that they go or in both country. Go to take treatment. Now money they go carry go. So it is time for all of una to know, say una mumu don't do. Make una not do mumu again. Then come for una, come campaign for una. Make una they look them. If election time day, make una no vote for them. Go vote for different party. No vote for this PDP or APC. Now them put us for this wahala where we dey. Now them put us for wahala where road no good for everywhere. Now them put us for wahala where we say security no there for that country. Where we say you go see this criminal, they can't kill our people for the village. Now them put us for wahala where we say business where people they do. You know go well again. Now they put us for wahala where we say our money don't weak. You know they feel buy anything. You carry plenty money go market. Now small thing go carry you go feel back, carry come back home. So it's time make una think well because not be for today alone, but for the future of your children. Una children waiting una children go be for future for this country. This country where we say it don't spoil finish. You now go still follow them, follow these people, spoil this country. If this country, Kwafuka, they no go there, then get money, then get, they go enter plane quickly, come out for Nigeria. Now una go remain. Where una go they kill una self. They no care. So make una no vote for them. Make una vote for another party. Don't worry. Just press your finger for any party. Press for AAC. You see AAC, just press them. No vote for PDP or APC. Just take the courage. Say, I want to change something for Nigeria. Vote for APC. I mean, vote for AAC. No vote for APC. No vote for PDP. Now then destroy this country. Now then create all the wahala with it. They no fit solve the problem. Make we put another person there, another party there. Make we try those one. No take money from there. Those one no go pay you money. The AAC. They know they now them they talk say they won't make something better. They not go pay anybody money. Now so when Azikwe dey, now so then do. They know they pay people money to go vote. Now so I will do. He no bribe people money before people vote for them. But people vote for them that time. Then do better for them people. I will do better for Yoruba people. Now so Azikwe do better for Igbo people. Now so Sadwana do better for his people for North. They know they pay money. They know they give people money that time. So these people where they come give you money, they then give you 10,000. You know how much they go take that 1,000 go thief for government? They go take a go thief 100 million. The money where they do better for una. So make una give una self come back brain. Make una brain make it come back where. Make una no do wrong thing again. Oyibo country, where they good, where everybody want run to. Now, so that they do for Oyibo country, they know they pay them, they know they give their people for money, they know they give them money to vote. People go vote to their conscience and their mind, the person where they like, they go vote for them. Now they make country better. And then you go free talk. Go to your office, say, now we vote for you. Why you not do this? Why you not do water for us? Why you not do light for us? But if you now don't pay them money, it don't go. Now don't go see them again. If they know they see them anywhere for Nigeria, when they don't vote for them like this, pound, they don't disappear with that. It don't disappear. You know they see them again. It don't go with that. Now until 4 years, now you go come again, carry rice. They deposit rice. They give you now rice. Now go they take on. Carry Ankara, they give you now. Carry money, they give you now. Carry vegetable, they give you now. The food where you now go eat for 1 day or 2 days, it don't finish. You now go vote, and they go forget about you. You go vote away your future. You know go nothing better go come for now. Which kind of life be that? Thief day everywhere. Una Pekin don't reach waiting that they call them. That they call them Yahoo. All the boys for town don't turn to Yahoo because job no day. Una government no do well, create job where everybody go get job. People will get business, they close down. Oyibo will carry business come Nigeria, they don't run come out for Nigeria because Nigeria no work well for them. So waiting. We're gonna no vote for these people. God go bless you now. So now they hear us all around the world. I beg. We go to do our own here. We go to try our best here. They tell una, say make una do the right thing. Now the right thing, they make things work better for people. So make una like this program. As una they hear us any part of the world, make una press that like. Make una press the share. Make una share them. Make una subscribe. Make una press the notification body so that anytime one man went to more, they come again. You go get notification. Say, if they come, one man they come, I won't go listen to Ajanle Koko. I won't go listen to Olao. I won't go listen to Black Lego. I won't go listen to Thomaso. I won't go listen to Rational Mindo. I won't go listen to Celibio. I won't go listen to Biao. I won't go listen to Chanso. I won't go listen to all these people again. So all of now where we start this thing together, where we not there for back seat, where we not they drive this vehicle, where we they take they talk to these people, now they for chatting room. I thank you now. God go bless you now. Our brother, brother Alexander Gomez, God go bless you. Akachi, Alexander Akachi, God go bless you. All of now. The rest, we are not even mention our name. God will bless you now. God will bless. Say, make una they come every day. They push this thing, and we go to push them together. So, God bless you. One man too. God will bless you. We go see again tomorrow. We go continue the struggle for here.
All right. Thank you. So, thank you. So, the mighty idea Ajanle Koko don't talk more, so may we leave the remaining matter for Matthias. So now so it be now so the thing be for Nigeria. So make we just leave and there. Carry the talk continue for comment section. So I go leave am here. Make I can't join you for comment section, but here I say peace.